Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Good evening.
Yeah, we got you.
I'm glad you said something.
Well, it looks like we got all the council right, so. Okay. Alex on. I guess I should, unless you guys already said it before I got on, the mayor's excused for this evening, so he asked me to conduct as mayor pro tem. So for our workshop.
I am here.
Okay, good. So
I'm just finishing up compiling some of the comments we've received for tonight's meeting. So give me just a second. I think Laura had something she wanted to go over really briefly, so maybe I'll give her a minute while I wrap this up.
all right, go ahead, Laura.
Okay.
Are you there? Okay.
One quick second. Yes, I'm here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you in one quick second. Okay. So we wanted to give a really quick update on, or some information on some exciting banner program that we are going to partner with CGI Communications. You might recognize their name. CGI Communications is a company that works nationally with the cities to produce videos. So if you recall the videos we did last year, they produced those videos for free for us. And they reach out to our local businesses to see if they want to also produce videos in the area. And we partner with them on that program, and they want to partner with us on another program, which is called the Banner Program. And this is what the Banner Program looks like. Banners come in all sizes. So this is an example of different sizes that are available out there. This is an example of some of the banners that they've done for other cities. What they let us do, they partner with us to be able to design a variety of banners that we will put up in the busiest areas in Mid-Val. So we're thinking State Street, 7200 South, and eventually over in Jordan Bluffs and now in Bingham Junction. And they will pay for the signs, install the signs themselves, and we don't have to pay for that. It's part of the free program that they offer to us. They will give us 25 free banners, so we can come up with 25 banners designed however we want and put them all over the city. And in addition to that, when a company designs purchases a banner or sponsors a banner, then we'll have another banner up in the city with our design. And on the bottom, it shows the company's name that sponsored the banner. So these are some examples of companies that sponsored banners. Again, these are more ideas. We will be getting into this more, coming up with ideas, reaching out to you to see what kind of ideas you think would be fun for banners. We're thinking maybe we have a really fun ski logo that we can use. We can promote all the different things we like to do here in Mid-Val, how it's the ski corridor on 7200. That's just some ideas of what we can do. But when we come to design the banners, we will absolutely reach out to all of you for ideas and input. Again, some more ideas that other cities have done. And you can see all of the different companies that have sponsored these banners. I like this idea too, the live, dine, play. You've seen this in other cities, it's really fun. They also do free banners for our local fire department and police station. So UFA and UPD will have free banners. And the banners this is the thing I liked the most about this. The banners are updated every single year. So it is a one-year contract with the company that sponsors the banner. And every year they can do a new sponsorship. And so they get a different design each year. And a lot of the companies like to save these, I'll show you at the end, and display them in their stores. They're very proud to be part of this program. The thing that this companies really like about it, the sponsors, is it includes insurance on the banners. So if the banner is ripped or the brackets are broken, they will replace that for free. We don't have to do anything with that. The company CGI will come out there and make sure that is replaced. So we don't have any banners out there that look tacky and broken. They take care of that as well. So when we work with CGI, they will identify the different, we will all together identify the different poles that are available. We have a lot of poles available here in Midvale. And as Dustin pointed out, Councilmember Gettle pointed out, we have banner poles that are available over in Jordan Bluffs, but they're not being utilized. So this is a good opportunity to work on some of the sponsors over in that area to get them to purchase banners so that we can get some banners up there. But we will also take an inventory of all the banners in that area. And I'm trying to get costs from businesses to see how much it would cost for the redevelopment agency to purchase some banners in that area to beautify the area and include some branding for Midvale City. They will keep some of the, we will let them know what spots are available and what spots we want to hold. So for example, on Center and Main, we wouldn't want them to sell any banners to sponsors because that's some of the areas we put up the Christmas lights. So we will make sure and target where we want to put Christmas banners or maybe Harvest Days banners to ensure that those poles are not sold or the signs for those poles are not sold. CGI's responsibility is to provide the full color custom graphic vinyl banners. They provide all brand new brackets and hardware, which we really love. So we don't have to put any money into that. They provide all of that for our 25 free signs in addition to all the signs of the sponsors. And they design and customize the banner size depending on what size we have. We have a little bit different size over in Jordan Bluffs compared to State Street. So they'll help us with that. They do all the installation and maintenance. They do give us the option to have our Public Works Department do it and they'll pay us. But with as busy as our Public Works Department is, we love the idea that they do the installation and maintenance. And like I said, they give us a minimum of 25 banners. They replace the banners every year. And this is what the different sponsors like to do when they replace the banners. They like to show them, showcase them in their businesses. It shows that they have pride in Midvale, and it's just, I love the spirit. So that is what we're working on. We've asked a lot of questions of CGI. We feel very, very confident in the company because we worked with them on the videos and they did a really great job with us on the videos and they're very flexible with us. So we wanted to bring this idea to you to see if you had any input and if any of you would like to help come up with the designs of the banners that we're going to be using throughout the city. So I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Laura, what's the catch? Because it sounds too good to be true. It's like, here's your free signs, we'll do everything for you. So what's the other shoe that could drop?
So I agree with you, and that's how we felt when we went hesitantly into the program with them about the free videos. But we heard so much positive feedback from a lot of cities that partnered with them all across the nation. The only it's not really a drawback. What's the catch is they make money off of selling the sponsorships. So maybe Top Golf or Unique Auto Body can have one of their own banners. They've done a cost benefit analysis and it makes money for them still. So that is why they can do it for us for free because they are selling those banners and getting those banners up with our branding on it, but with the sponsors. So really it's a good way for the businesses to contribute to Midvale City and show how proud they are of being in Midvale. I was hesitant with the video program too, Councilmember Gatto. I understand, but they do a great job. They really do.
And I would like to have some banners that just promote Midvale without, having the, Midvale Pride sponsored by CHG Healthcare. I would like to have some that are just our own as well.
Which is the 25, the 25 banners that they give to us, we could do with whatever we want.
Okay.
And we could also purchase banners from them or from a different company. I'm going to go out and do some bids to make sure we're getting a price range from all companies to put up maybe in, like we said, over in Jordan Bluffs and Bingham Junction and other areas. So we can do both.
Okay, that's cool. That's what I was most concerned. I didn't want, happy Thanksgiving, sponsored by Midvale Mining Company.
Right. Right.
Okay, that's cool.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your time. Thank you, Alex.
You're welcome. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm ready to go if you would like me.
Thanks, Laura. Go ahead, Alex.
Okay. All right. So we've got on the agenda tonight a rezone request from Adam Nash for the Midvale Mills project. This came in front of the council, a smaller version of this project came in front of the council last year as a rezone request and was denied. This time the applicant has revised the plan, trying to respond to the comments that came up during that review process, and wanted to take a little bit of time before we got into the public hearing to basically introduce the project as a whole and see if there's any particular questions or concerns that can be addressed as we kind of step into that meeting. This was his request, and I told Mr. Nash that I'd basically give him the opportunity to speak. So I'm gonna turn the mic and the video camera over to him and let him kind of run you through what he's got in mind here. All yours, Adam.
Right. Good evening, council and those other participants. My name is Adam Nash, and I'm an owner of Land Development LLC, and we own about 3.5 acres right now of the subject property. And the church, Mountain View Church there, owns about 6 acres roughly over there. And we have agreements with them for us to work jointly on this project. Our anticipated builder in the project is Garbat Homes, and we've got their Jacob Balstead here as well. Just to kind of put forth what our thoughts are and kind of cut through a lot of the noise. I feel like the last several times we've approached the city, that the real pushback is the request for the townhouses. And, maybe you guys could jump in on that and let me know if that's how you view it. Because I have some solutions if that's the problem that you guys are having approving the project.
Yeah, this is Councilmember Brown. This is in my area. So I got a lot of people directed their concerns towards me. Obviously, I think you picked up on it. There is some concern with those townhomes. I generally, I think you're providing a mix of uses, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. I swear the first time we saw something like this, there was slightly more parking for those townhomes. Has that decreased between this time and the last time? Or is it the same image and it just maybe looks a little different to me?
Same image, but we added some trails and some greenery to it. But same outfit.
The parking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think, the end game for this is I think people are upset with, those townhomes. Is the whole project going to be for sale, like the townhomes and the homes?
Yes.
So it'll be a mixed, I'm guessing the townhomes will be cheaper than the homes, so it'll provide two different housing sort of options. Is that accurate?
Uh-huh.
I have a quick question for Alex as well, and you at the same time, and maybe you both can answer this. The only thing I always are hesitant with rezones or changes is, if you meet the code requirements, you can do what you want to do essentially in a project area, right? So what if we did rezone it? Could you then just put all townhomes here? I'm not saying that's your end goal before you say it one way or the other. Like, do we have to rezone the whole project area to make these work, Alex, or just the area where the townhomes are? Or how can we, make sure we're, I personally like the idea of the single family homes a lot in this area, but I'm just, I don't want to go down a path where we do something and, project stalls or something 2 years, it makes the most sense. So all of a sudden just build it, the maximum amount allowed in there, and we have no way around it.
So I can answer that for you. When we look at rezones, we always require a concept plan, and typically we don't have a whole lot of opportunities to impose limitations on that plan if it complies. In
Right.
this case, the rezone and the associated project are large enough that we do have a requirement for a development agreement as part of it. So my recommendation when we get into the public hearing is actually to consider approval, but delay it until a development agreement can be drafted up that says this project is the one that's going to be built, if anything is built there in the next X number of years. We can talk about kind of what that timing looks like. If the rezone is approved and we get through that period without anything being built, then we have that risk of all townhomes going in. But by that point, we're probably 5 to 10 years down the road, and I imagine the city looks a little different at that point.
Okay. All right. Thanks. That actually.
Adam and Jacob, do you guys have an issue with a development agreement like that?
No, we don't. We'd rather see it kind of go a different step. We'd rather see it go with an approval of the site plan that we're presenting with the zoning, subject to the large scale master plan and the development agreement. That allows us to get going on the heavy lifting of the engineering and the things that need to be done so that we're not held up on this project, for another year. We want to be under construction next spring. And so I think it's pretty much, it's the same thing, but it just gives us a bit of a green light. I still want to get back and kind of focus on the townhouses, because I think, and council,
if I could interrupt, excuse me, this is Councilman Glover. That is part of my problem. The big problem that most of our citizens that live in single family homes, they don't want to see, if it's already zoned single family home, they don't want it encroached with high density housing. Okay. And the townhouses are what they're talking about.
right.
If we can have all single family homes, then I think we've got probably a pretty good deal to be able to do this. But with the townhouses, I'm not for it.
Let me just respond if you don't mind. I'm flexible, I guess is what I'm saying. First of all, this zone's not high density, it's medium. So just to clear the record on that, you guys have higher density zones, but this is a medium density zone. Just from all the meetings we've been in, listen to the residents trying to, listen to their concerns and try to be, a good developer. I think, I would propose if you guys could get us an approval tonight on zone and concept plan, that I would just withdraw that portion of the project. The church doesn't have a relocation at this time. They think maybe in 2 or 3 years, they'll be in a position to move. So, we have a lot of time to explore other things. There's several things that the zone, the R1 zone, has several things that could be done. The things that are interesting to us is another church, a school, a seminary, some of these type of things. So we wouldn't be in a position to do anything with it right now. We would just withdraw it from the application.
Okay, so let's pretend those townhomes aren't on this picture.
Yes.
We still need to increase the density to get the homes to fit into that number. Is that right?
Not really. We take the townhouses out of the mix, and our density is 7 units per acre. And 7 units per acre is what the...
So do we need to do a rezone today to approve you then?
Well, because we want the flexibility of doing the parks and the HOA, the parking, and that requires us to vary our setbacks.
Because you want to make the private road opposed to like having everything else that.
Right.
If I could chime in real quick, even without the townhomes included, the maximum density we could get in the SF1AO zone would not allow the single family homes as they're currently proposed. There'd have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 10 units cut out to make that density work. So the RM12 under that large scale master plan provision was the way that we ended up landing on moving forward, because it does allow that slightly higher density than the SF1 does. There isn't really another zone between SF1 and RM12 to use to get that extra basically unit per acre or so that's necessary there. So the development agreement can be used to bridge the gap, even if it takes a month or two to get written up.
Got it. I was confused when he said he'd remove it, and because to me that looks like more density, but now I get it.
Yeah, it does lower the density overall, because right now we're somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 units per acre. If the townhomes are removed, it drops it to a little over 7, but the max that we can do in this zone is about 6.8. So we're in the neighborhood of half to a unit per acre over that maximum density.
The only way I like the idea of what you're talking about, but the only way we could do this is with a development agreement. Because if we rezone, you can come back next week and put whatever you want in there, townhouses and everything else, and we don't get what we're asking for. And the citizens will be really mad at us.
That's not true.
That is true.
It is not true. You can make an approval with a condition. Absolutely. Ask your city attorney.
That we need to do.
Yeah, I mean, let's get them to chime in on it. I've done this several times over the years, and it's just a condition that the zoning doesn't go into place until the development agreement is.
And Mr. Nash, I hope you understand our concern. You know, I'm not saying, you know, we're not saying you're going to turn around and build 5-story apartments to fill this up, but you know, economies change, whatever, you can sell it again. You know, the next person down the line, if it doesn't get built, could do something. We've run into sort of those issues before. We're like, oh, this rezone makes sense, and then all of a sudden something gets built that didn't make sense years later, and you know, so we're a little more gun shy maybe than maybe some other people because of it.
I know that those things did happen in the past, you know, those shady developers that do those kind of things. But with your conditions of a development agreement and the large scale master plan, and then that coming in as small scale master plans, you have a lot of protection that you didn't used to have. And so maybe it's just a mix. Maybe it's you know, we'll approve, you know, our concern is that if you just table it and send us back to the drawing board, you know, we're not any further than we were a month ago. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm saying if I get rid of the townhomes, because then I'm just back to single family residential, small lot, HOA, private streets, you know, 50% green space. It's a pretty straightforward project at that point. So we're just looking for a level of approval we can get that lets us plow ahead. You know, Alex can probably tell you, just probably creating the development agreement is going to cost us several $1,000s. And then our engineering, of course, is well over $100,000. And it's hard to get those things done, and we still don't have a zone in place. So that, I think we're all at the same thing. Alex, how do you show my my screen? Can you show my screen?
Down at the bottom of the screen, there's a green share arrow button that you can click on. While you look at that, maybe I can chime in a little bit with how we typically develop development agreements for both Mr. Nash and for the council. Normally, the way that we approach development agreements in the community development department is we at the staff level will write the first draft, and we've got a template that we feel pretty confident about that's been through our attorneys and through some outside attorneys in years past. And we have a pretty good system in place for how we put those together. It doesn't usually take us terribly long to do it. The long parts tend to be the back and forth to make sure that both sides are happy with the agreement, because it ultimately is a contract. But in my mind, first of all, I don't have an ordinance prepared for tonight to approve the rezone anyway, and it can't be approved without an ordinance. So without drafting that up, it can't be approved tonight. But it wouldn't take very long for the development agreement or the ordinance to be at least drafted and prepared, and we can base it off of the plans that are available now and put in there some limitations about, you know, which areas of the plans we're considering. We can put in a boundary that says we're not including the townhomes and just have it apply to the single family portion of that project. Ultimately, that development agreement is a contract that we use to supplement the zone, not to replace it. So we can't use a development agreement to modify zone standards, but we can use it to implement other things like timing and provide some element of security for what we expect to see, at least for the short to medium term.
I understand that better.
Yeah, Adam, is there an image that you'd like me to share? Would that be easier?
Probably. I can't seem to figure this out. So we have the L100 amenity package from Scott Blake from STB Design.
Okay, hold on. This one?
Yes. So if everyone can see that, and then what I'll ask you to do, Alex, is to just edit that drawing, just put a box over the top of the townhome, the church property. And that's what I'm proposing. Do you have a way to just draw a box over that? Just for
I can do this. Hold on.
I could shoot it to you real quick.
I can do that.
Yeah, well, that's as good. You know, that's what I'm talking about, and that's what I'm proposing to the council, because to me, this seems like this is the sticking point.
Councilmember Glover, can I ask you, what was your concern in terms of the development agreement and zoning?
Okay, so the problem is when we rezone something, then it goes into that zone and he can, unless we have a development agreement, he can put whatever he wants that is allowed in that zone. We can't stop him. Okay? We've done this before. The only way we can control that he puts in the project that he's saying is to have that development agreement. Otherwise, he could sell it to somebody else, or he himself could come back and change whatever that development is. So we have no guarantees that that project is really going to be built unless we have that development agreement. I believe that's right, isn't it, Alex?
Sorry, I muted myself because I was making notes. Yeah, if it's rezoned without any other sort of attachments to it, then yes, it could be, the plan could be changed tomorrow. When
What's Ian?
What about the stutter steps that were sort of discussed, like where it's approved upon the condition of having a getting a development agreement done at a later point or something like that? Is there something that gives us any kind of surety like that, or it all happens at the same time anyway?
I mean, in my opinion, Matt, we can. However, I don't see why we couldn't do it all at once anyway. If it's contingent on a specific development agreement, and the development agreement says that it's not in effect until the zone isn't in effect until the development agreement is in place, then I don't see the need to necessarily pass a zoning change with conditions. It doesn't move anything in my mind faster, because you still need to have the development agreement and all of those terms worked through. So usually we do it more simultaneous, as Councilmember Glover indicated. That's how we've usually done it.
Well, I'm not opposed to learning new ways. That's fine.
You know, and I like what you're proposing. I'm not, it's not you. If you put in this project, I'm good with it, I believe. But there's the but in it that it might not ever happen and we end up with something we don't want. That's where the problem becomes. And that's where the development agreement will ensure us that your project will be built as promised.
Right. Well, I get that part of it. We're kind of on the flip side. That's all I'm saying. We do all this stuff. We come in with a development agreement and suddenly the neighbors are up in arms again and you guys won't zone it. I mean, it's just kind of the backside of it.
I mean, you risk that, but I think in good faith, I mean, we can talk about this, all the different council, but in my mind, at least in my mind, if you can do this, I think it's a great project.
That's what we're looking for, you know,
So
because we
just need to be protected.
Yes, sir. We can do that tonight. We can just say developers, you know, changing the application. He hears the concerns of the community and he's going to withdraw the townhome portion of the application for zoning and for use. We'll drop it all the way. It'll just stay in its existing zone.
Adam? Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I thought you were done talking. Apologize. I didn't mean to cut you.
Someone has to cut me off or I'll go all night.
Oh, I'll go all night. So let's just let's pretend that everything is perfect. The zone's correct, and you could start to, and you know, or we could have approved tonight, whatever. What's sort of your, not the townhome side, but the single family side? What is sort of your start to finish timeline with that?
We're looking at doing this in, well, now it would probably just be 3 phases. So, you know, if we do even a phase a year, it would be 2021 or 2. So the plan is to do the properties that are on 80th South first, and that, you know, is about 1/3 of the lots, and then to do the most of the, oh, there you go. Most of the ones that are the east-west that go across the back, because that lets us get storm drain and everything in there. And then from that point, there'll just be a small amount of lots left that will be adjoining 300 East. So it's not, once we do this, you know, we're only talking about 72 homes. So it's not an exceptional large project for us, at least. But I would say you're looking at 30 months.
It was something like this in our earlier discussions, like 1, 2, 3.
Right.
The reason why I ask is because that, you know, because what happens is, you know, understanding the timeline helps us know, you know,
if we're on track.
You're on track, and the odds of us like all of a sudden getting you know, if you're going to start right away versus in 2 years, you know, starting right away is more likely to go with what we see because that's your vision versus, you know, something happens in 2 or 5 years. Like Alex said, the city could change and then things could change. That's why I was sort of asking. So in the presentation today, when we go into like the actual, you know, city council, when you discuss maybe dropping off the townhomes, I think I would maybe suggest talking about your timeline a little bit.
Okay.
So everyone can sort of understand that, you know, you're running with this. This is the idea. And this is sort of, you know, when we would start seeing things and whatnot. That way, we're not like, it doesn't just seem ambiguous. Like, we'll eventually do this project.
Right.
You know?
So just for your own information, we're pulling the demolition permit now for the second home to be removed over there. So we're just trying to prep the site so that when we're, you know, ready to go with the city and have permits in hands, we can go. And so we're definitely a go now. But I think there's one other thing on your side for more surety, and that's that we have to post performance bonds as we go through these projects. So in other communities, I'm pretty sure I built in your city before, but typically you give us an approval and it's only valid for 12 months unless there's been significant work done on it. And then even then you have to come back and ask for an extension of it. And we have a financial guarantee in there. So once we're working hand in hand, there's a lot of comfort for both sides.
Adam, I think from our perspective, we'll want to work through the entitlements and all the engineering through the winter and start construction on the first phase in the spring and have asphalt next summer on phase one, which I think consists of about 27 lots. So we're anxious to get through the entitlement process so we don't get delayed in next summer getting the roads done and within that summer timeframe.
So you could be selling early next year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The time's good. They won't always be good. We got to get in the ground and get going.
Yeah, I think this is in my area. I like it. So these homes, I think it's a great addition. I understand that there's some headache and worry. We'll always have it. I think this is one of those projects when they go in, at least the home side. I'm not talking the townhome side. I think once these homes are in and all those neighbors, instead of having a field, they will have neighbors that have purchased a home. I think they'll like it. So again, I don't want to speak towards that townhome side because I understand there's some headache.
Well, I don't mind doing it because we listened to you guys long enough that it finally got drilled into our head that, the townhomes are the problem. It's not the single family. So we won't do it.
Yeah, and this is Councilmember Sperry. I mean, when I saw this coming back, when I first saw that it was for RM12, I was concerned. But then once I was reading through the materials and saw the diagram with the single family homes, you've done exactly what we asked you to do when you came before us last year, where we said we want single family homes in this area. We'd consider allowing you to put them closer together, which by changing the zone allows that. So, I think hopefully our residents should appreciate the fact that we are adding single family homes in this area to stabilize it. And, you've done exactly what we asked you to do. So I echo what Councilmember Brown said is I like it. I know that the part with the townhomes, we'll reserve all that for later and see what happens. But as for the single family homes, I think it's a good project.
Thank you. And
I like the project, what they're saying. Again, though, that I need a development agreement to make sure we get that. Right. That's the only way I can really say that I would vote for this.
Yeah, and I agree with that. So that we've got that security that what's being proposed is what's going to be built. So, and I think that's what everybody's saying they're willing to do. That we'll do that development agreement.
Yeah, I understand a little better. So that's not a problem. If everyone's going the same direction, then we'll just get on that DA and we'll get it done.
So
Okay.
Alex, if we're going to do that, then what do we do tonight?
So that doesn't change anything about tonight. We still need to hold the public hearing and we still need to consider those comments that come in. My recommendation is unchanged. And I can show you. So here's what I have in the staff report for you, which is basically a recommendation to table it until we have a development agreement prepared, which shouldn't take too long. I would expect that I could at least have that ready before the end of the year, recognizing that we do have some holidays and things impacting meeting schedules. It doesn't take me very long to put those together. And then as long as we can go back and forth with Adam and his crew relatively quickly, I could see this coming back in front of the council in the middle of November or the first meeting in December. And at that point, we could have an ordinance and a development agreement to be considered at the same time.
So from a practical, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Adam and Jacob, 2 months in construction time period, that can really impact a lot of things. Do you have heartburn if it's taking that long? Obviously you want it as soon as possible, but with financing, other things that you guys have, is that putting you in a bind? Or does that time period work for you?
I think it works. Knowing what, without getting a approval, but kind of getting the green light, doing what we're doing. We have our engineering and stuff is pretty well developed at this point. And so we still have work to do to get through the engineering part of it. Development agreement, if we can get, definitely if we can get that done, in 4 to 6 weeks. I thought we were talking 4 to 6 months. So Jake, is that,
Yeah, Adam, if the timing works for you, Adam, we're good.
Okay,
We'll be fine.
we're good.
Okay.
And I was just thinking, Alex,
Hmm?
don't you want to tell the neighbors tonight that we're going to drop the townhouses?
I'll let you do that. I'm sure they'll appreciate it a little bit more.
And I recommend, because we do have the public hearing and everything tonight, and obviously we don't even know how we're going to vote on this one way or the other. But I would recommend that everything we've kind of talked about now that makes sense, we should sort of restate or reiterate for that public comment time period, because there's probably people not on now that would like to know some of these things. And I don't want to be like, I don't want someone to think we're like trying to sneak around, these people not hearing. So, but I think I feel comfortable with everything we talked about. I just think it would be wise if we could sort of, recap it,
Yes. We can do that.
Okay. Well, I think that covers everything I anticipated covering in this workshop discussion, unless there's any other comments or concerns or things that anybody would like to voice. I'll give it back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks for your time, Council. Thanks,
Thank you.
Alex.
Kane, is there anything else that you're aware of that we could talk right now, or do we take a break until 7? Oh, you're on mute. Kane, you're on mute.
I said some good things, but I'll reset. We've got a few things that we can talk about. One, we have the community center and pavilion project is done, ready to have a kind of a tour for the city council. We were thinking about November 5th as a possibility. Open it up, take in groups of maybe 4 or 5 at a time, city council and staff. Not really open it up to the public yet, but to show you the project and show you the finished product before we move the museum in and they take over the back end of the building. Is that something the city council would like to do?
Say that again, Kane. That last part.
That's something the city council would like to do, is go look at that building. I believe we're looking at November 4th or 5th in the afternoon, late afternoon.
I would be interested in that.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
What time would work best? 4 or 5 o'clock?
Yeah, that's a good window for me, between 4 and 5.
Why don't we do it? We'll start at 4 o'clock and we'll have it open for a couple hours. So you can come whenever you can get there. And we'll just have you come directly to the old senior center, which is now the new community center. And we'll take you on the grand tour of that project. That sounds good to everybody?
That's good.
Which date, the 4th or the 5th?
We're open, whichever one works best for you guys.
The 5th would work better for me,
Okay.
but
That's a Thursday, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
5th is Thursday.
Okay. Yeah, I can make that work.
Okay. We'll schedule it for November 5th, 4 to 6 o'clock at the new senior center, new community center. Sorry. Let's see, how much time have we got? I got another, let's see. I can maybe share my screen. This is something that now it probably won't open. It's not opening. Let me try something else.
Matt, are you taking a Sharpie and writing on blank paper? Are you signing your name with Sharpie on blank paper right now? Because that's all I see on my screen.
Sorry. It's a fountain pen because I'm a pen snob, but yeah. I'm not
Okay, here we go.
Is something supposed to be happening?
My last joke fell flat, so I was just staying quiet, but I'm uncomfortable. I don't know what we're doing right now.
I mean, if Matt could go back off silent so we could all listen to him write, I think I'd feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
Kane, I just see an email.
Are you
pulled
not
up,
getting the sound?
or no
No.
video either?
Are you not getting the sound? Oh, sorry. Well, I'm technology challenged here, I guess. I will get this link to you. This is a great video that Transjordan has come out with. We've actually got two videos that we can share on our website, but I want City Council to get a feel for what we're doing out to Transjordan. I will send you those links so you can watch those videos before we put them out on our website. But very interesting information on their landfill, and gives people a chance to really see the landfill without actually having to go out there and see it. So that's all I have for now, Mayor Pro Tem.
Kane, would you want to go over where we're at with COVID numbers and things like that? Would that be of interest
Sure.
to you guys?
Yeah, let's do that, Matt.
So as you guys probably saw in the email I sent out on Sunday, we have had one new case of confirmed COVID within the city. It's our second overall, one currently. And that individual was in contact or around several other staff members. So altogether, I believe we have 8 staff members that are in quarantine or of some version right now. Some of them are still able to work from home during this time. And most of them, or I think all of them, are feeling pretty good, which is good. Glenn had done a good job of managing the situation in Public Works to make sure that we don't have it sort of go through the whole department. And so we've made a couple of changes just to accommodate the current situation, which is we've closed Public Works to the public, but we have made information about that closure available online as well as a sign on the door. And the phone has been forwarded to staff that is working from home during this time frame, so that the public is still getting the services that they need. And as of right now, it looks like we're in a pretty good path to getting everyone back to the office and opening up Public Works relatively soon. But we just wanted to give you that update on where we are with things. Does anyone have any questions on any of that?
Matt, I sent an email today about the infectious disease executive order. Is that going to be discussed at some point? I just wanted to know basically what the differences were in the two EOs.
Kane, are you okay if I discuss that now? You're on mute.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, Matt. I did send that to you, Justin. I sent you the red line version so you can see the changes that were made from both Matt and legal counsel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see my email after a certain point today, but if you send it this afternoon.
We can be glad to go over it though. That's no problem.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
You want me to do it? You want me to do it, Kane, or do you?
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
So the original order came out on March 11th. So there were a couple of sort of minor things that were in the document that reflected what was happening at that time. So for example, just as a minor sense, there was a lot more emphasis on washing your hands and not touching your face, and not so much on masks. So we added some references to making sure that emphasizing that people need to wear masks on their nose and mouth. In addition to that, we added some reinforcement on the fact that employees need to go home if they're sick after communicating with their manager, or stay home if they're not feeling well. And then what the conditions would be for them to return back to the office. Typically what we're saying is if you're feeling symptoms that are related to COVID, is you either need to be free of symptoms or have it for 14 days. Clearly our optimum solution would be that they would need to be tested before they could return to make sure that we're not infecting folks. In addition to that, we also have different guidance in different scenarios for when an employee could return. That includes what would happen if you have someone in your household who has COVID. What would you do if you have COVID? And what to do if you just come into contact with someone who has COVID. Generally, most of those scenarios are what I said before, either stay home or make sure that you get a test. In the case of if you actually have COVID, we want staff to work with the health department to make sure that we're bringing them back into the office at the appropriate time. These are things that we in large part have been doing up to this point, but it was just adding it to make sure it's clear that people understand what those requirements are. And then in addition to that, the other thing is that we put in here some guidance that we've received from existing legislation that requires us to provide 80 hours of emergency paid sick leave to employees if they are quarantining and for reasons related to COVID. And in the executive order, we list all of sort of the situations that makes you eligible for those 80 hours. It's again, if you're in contact with someone, but it also includes if dependents that you take care of are infected or meet certain categories that require you to take care of them at home, etc. That's what makes them eligible for those 80 hours. And those 80 hours will end at the end of the year unless we extend the executive order and the legislation that's guiding that is extended as well. And then it also includes some additional leave that's available that's associated with FMLA for people who have children or dependents whose daycare or school are closed due to COVID, that allows them up to 12 weeks off to take care of them. Some of that time being where you'd have to use your sick time, and then also a period of time where we'll pay up to, I believe it's 2/3 of the salary during that time, as long as it fits a very strict set of requirements for taking care of a child in that situation. Let's see, it seems like I'm missing one other thing. Those are and then the last thing is just, we have talked to our staff about guidance for traveling outside of the state. And we added that guidance in here, which is essentially, if you travel outside of the state, use mass transit, particularly airplanes, or are in areas where you may come into contact with people that you don't know what their condition is that we would encourage those employees when they return to work from home for a week, and not return if they have any symptoms. But if they are in a job that does not allow them to be able to work from home, that we would allow them to return. This is, again, they don't know that they've come into contact with someone with COVID. It's just they've been in a place where their risk level might have increased. We're saying that they can return to work, but we provide guidance on extra precautions that they need to use when they come back to work. And again, this would primarily be like public works employees who can't fix our water system or anything like that from home, and they need to be here to work. So it just provides a little bit of different guidance for them. I think that covers the significant changes in the executive order. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I guess my biggest concern was, we have a council meeting tonight. We were sent the email on Thursday about an executive order being sent to the employees for inaction on Monday. And, I was just concerned that we haven't met as a group to discuss any of these changes. And so I was wondering why, we went that route rather than actually have a discussion about it first.
Well, normally we would, that's why we sent it out to you, is we asked for your feedback. And if you had any concerns or problems with the executive order. And if there had been any concerns, we probably would have waited until we had a discussion tonight. But not hearing from any of you, we assumed that everything was okay.
Yeah, the order itself is fine. I don't like having to go back and forth between documents and see, what's the difference between, and you said that thing to me today, but on Thursday, I don't think it was known to any of us what any of the changes were, what specifically was changing in the previous order that was issued. So anyway, I think it's fine. It sounds great, actually, but it just normally seems like something we would discuss face to face and not just, here's an email and do you guys think this is fine or not?
I mean, just the way I normally work, I like red line versions. So, that way you can see the difference between the two. That's how I, if that's sort of what you're trying to imply, but, that's how I like to see changes. But, I don't know if that means a lot to what you're trying to say, Destin, or not.
Yeah, I think to know the changes was the important part. You sent a document and asked if it was okay. Well, yeah, that document's okay, but just a deeper discussion. I'm sure you guys discussed the differences, but we as a council didn't know any of those differences when you sent out.
Well, I guess that's probably the difference in a legislative decision and a decision in operation, where we considered this more of a management operations decision. It didn't have any budgetary implications, and so if it did, we would have definitely brought that back to the city council. It was more of an operations, and it clarified better to the employees how we were going to operate as we continued on with this COVID pandemic. And I just thought, not hearing from the council, I just figured that it'd be better to move ahead with this quicker than later, especially after having the new COVID exposure incident over the weekend. So I take responsibility.
No, that makes perfect sense. And honestly, I was wondering if that's why, because we've now had employees test positive, if we're implementing new executive orders to combat that. And that's the part that I would have liked to have been able to discuss. You know, I mean, obviously you have every right to issue an executive order and not tell us you did it. We probably would have something to say about that, but you know, yeah, I don't think none of us were going to put a halt to the executive order, but I think I and maybe one or two other people might have been, you know, surprised that we just weren't discussing it at our meeting that's coming one day after it was to go into effect.
I will take note.
All right, with that, I think it's time for our to end the workshop and start the business of our regular meeting. I want to welcome everybody to our meeting. Mayor Hell is excused this evening. He's asked that me, Councilmember Sperry, act as Mayor Pro Tem for this meeting. To start out, I want to read the following statement. This meeting will be an electronic meeting without a physical location pursuant to Utah Code 524207 as amended by House Bill 5002. I, Mayor Pro Tem Quinn Sperry, as Chair of the Midvale City Council, hereby make the determination that conducting the meeting with an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. This determination is based upon the fact that the city is unable to ensure compliance with the guidelines and public health protocols mandated by the state's current risk phase. We'll now begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Chief Thomas, are you there that you can put your flag up? Okay. As he does that, we ask that everybody will stand and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. All right, Rory, roll call.
Okay, well, we'll say Mayor Pro Tem Sperry.
I am here.
Councilmember Glover.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Gettle.
Here.
And Robinson.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, we have everybody. Chief Thomas, how about you give us a report on the UPD?
Glad to. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I trust you all got a copy of our September UPD stat report. Our cases for the month of September are 891 general offense cases. I would like to point out amongst the stats, there are a couple of key points I want to show you. If you didn't notice them, is our call response times are very inaccurate and askew. I've asked to look for our stat people to look into that. And it looks like somehow it's a recording issue with VEC. They are looking into that, but they're very unusual and obviously not reflective of our priority 1, 2, or 3 response time. So between that and then also down on the motel stats, we didn't have those in time. So I just went with the kind of a level trend average. Once we got those for the month of September, we actually had a total of 132 cases within our motels. That's above from the previous months, which was in the 90s. I would like to point out that Lisa Dudley, the UPD CFO, has requested the precincts, each precinct, to submit our operating costs for the 21-22 budget year. They're starting the budgetary build. And I've asked that my operating costs remain completely flat with the exception of the line item for our training and education. Midvale's current budget is $8,200 annually. That's based on a per officer scale. I've just asked that be increased roughly 20%. And that's just in anticipation of additional training opportunities we hope to seize in the future. I'd like to, Jerry Wayne had a kind of a good code enforcement reporting to me on our 230 West Center Street home that has been closed up for close to 2 years, I believe. Councilman Gettle and I believe Councilman Sperry, as well as Councilman Brown, were with me when we had that warrant service, that SWAT warrant service. And to my understanding, that home is being purchased and should be renovated, hopefully in a fairly short order. So that's been one of our houses that we've continuously had police calls on, transients breaking into it, seeking shelter. There's no doubt in my mind, especially with current trends we're seeing in the city with encampments, that once the weather turns cold, which is anticipated this weekend, we're going to start seeing increased activity to where they're trying to seek shelter out of the elements. So that's good news to hear. He's also made a little bit of progress on our State Street lot that's near the tracks and the overpass of the track station. They've done a little bit of lot cleanup, but we're still working with that. So we're making slow but steady progress with that. I'm proud to report that. We did, Public Works found a major encampment late this afternoon along the Jordan River. It's about 80th South. We went down there and had our shelter resource officers take a look at that, and it's fairly significant. So they made contact with one of the folks that was there, and it included shelter. It included a lot. There's quite a bit of garbage. There were fishing and basically surviving down on the river. So tomorrow they're going to rally up and go down there. We may, to my understanding, we're going to be working with Public Works just a little bit, just due to the nature of the garbage that's down there, and get that immediately cleaned up. We may have also noticed, if you the last few weeks on Center Street, quite a bit of red graffiti around I-15, underneath the overpass, as well as I saw where the signboard at our park was vandalized. And I really appreciate between UPD, the graffiti, UDOT, and Public Works helping us get that cleaned up right away. The longer that stays, the more of it tends to happen or gets written over and causes problems. So that is it for my report at this time. Does anyone have any questions or comments for me?
Chief, how many people do they think were camping there?
It looks like roughly 5 or 6 camps, and 1 or 2 people. You know, we only found one encampment that had someone in it. It's really hard to say, but you know, 2 or 3 people could be in each one of these. They're fairly large. I didn't physically go down there and look at it, but I saw some pictures, and even Public Works commented it's one of the bigger encampments they've seen. They had fishing accommodations, little buoys out, probably with bait, you know, living off the river, kind of a Huck Finn thing, but you know, we're not going to allow that to happen.
I also wouldn't recommend eating the fish from that river. I mean, unless it's the only thing you have to eat, then perhaps, but still not the safest idea.
Yeah, the one gentleman, we're actually familiar with him. We know who he is. You know, we gave them warning. We told him you need to leave. Gives them opportunity to take what they need. And, you know, as always, we offer some kind of way, or at least some information how they may be able to seek additional resources. But we're seeing that. I've noticed a lot of my officers have seen additional unknown transients in the city. I don't have a reasoning for that. I don't know why that's happening. We haven't seen a lot of panhandlers. We try to immediately make contact with them. This weekend, the mayor sent me a text, and we jumped right on that. It was kind of more on the east side of Midvale, but you know, as usual, we try to stay vigilant and keep a good eye on that. Any more questions, council? Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, Chief Larson, you can report on UFA.
Okay, I'll do my best to report on that. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, it's really good to meet with you tonight. I have Midvale's quarterly report for fire and medical calls that I want to share with you tonight. But briefly, before I get into that, I wanted to mention a board meeting this morning. This was the UFSA board meeting. The plan for 5 new fire stations was approved, including Station 125. Talking to Chief Burchett, there's really no timeline for that, but they're hoping to start this spring. That was good news coming out of board meeting this morning. So I just wanted to share that with you. Your Midvale fire crews have been involved in rapid task force training. In the past, they've been involved with UPD. This is for large scale events such as a shooting. And we had trained in conjunction with UPD on handling those situations, our response, different scenarios and situations so that our crews would be well trained in knowing what to do with the various situations that can come up. This RTF training focused on triage, transport, and trauma. So it's mostly your fire crews practicing those 3 concepts with a mass casualty event. How to deal with the triage, treating the trauma, and then transport. So it's been really good training for your crews. I was involved in the training last year, and it's pretty phenomenal to watch your Midvale fire crews as they participated in these, and how smooth that training normally goes. They're very well trained, and this helps them fine-tune their skills and our response. So that's been a good thing that they've been doing. We will be participating in the Choose Gang Free Halloween. The Information Outreach Division has been working with Laura, and so we're happy that they're going to participate in that, and appreciate Chief Thomas's invitation. With that, I'm going to jump into the quarterly report, and I'll do my best to share my screen here. Make sure I can get that up. Can everyone see that okay? Let's see. Everyone see that okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. So for this last quarter, that's the 3rd quarter, there were a total of 810 total incidents. 53% of those were emergent, meaning that the responses required lights and sirens, or what we call a 1039 response. The monthly incident counts for July, August, and September are shown there. And for September, we were down a little bit. I'm not sure if that was due to a drop in COVID calls, COVID-related calls, or some other factor, although I do know there was a spike. So it'll be interesting to see what October shows. The quarterly incident counts for 2017, 18, 19, and 20 are shown there, and we're remaining fairly consistent with those number of calls. A situation found. Up at the top here in the first 2 columns, if you can see my cursor, that's the situation that was called in or dispatched as. And the 2 columns down below, once our fire crews got there, they determined that the call was actually fell under another category. So that's why you'll see the change in the numbers there. The situation found shows the true nature of what they actually responded on. The early incident counts, of course, we don't have 2020 yet to compare with the other years. Top 5 fire dispatches. Natural vegetation fires was up this last quarter, naturally with July and August especially. Structure fires at 9, outside rubbish at 6, and 2 vehicle fires. The medical calls, we list the number of calls for the last quarter and the nature of those for each call. Sick person, many times that can go into or the breathing problems can go into the cardiac arrest category, but they don't have that separated out. And then down below were the top 5 other dispatches. Unintentional system detector operation, no fire. Those are usually accidental trips. And the system or detector malfunction is what it says it is the fire alarm system or detection system malfunctioned and set off an alarm and caused a dispatch for us. And of course, then some of the other dispatches shown below there. This is the total number of calls for the quarter. You can see that, again, Midvale is consistently in the top 3 at 873 calls for the quarter. The first 2 emergent calls. This is an interesting statistic. If you look down below where it says first due emergent calls, and it gives the total arrivers and the percent of total, and it gives a time across the top. I like to look at the table above to help me understand what this really means. If you look across the bottom, it gives a time, and the top blue bar represents the number of calls and the time we arrived within, say 87 times we arrived within 5 minutes. 101 calls we arrived within 6 minutes. And then we've got 7 minutes, 8 minutes, and 9 minutes, and 80 calls we arrived within 7 minutes. Now keep in mind, if we go back to this emergent percent on the first slide at 53%, so 53% of the time we're going on lights and sirens. The others, the alarm drops, the false alarms, no fire showing, we're not responding with lights and sirens. So some of those may fall into the 7, 8, and 9 minute categories or more. Also, if Midvale crews respond outside of Midvale to Cottonwood Heights to assist, for example, those times could also be included in those longer times. So for the majority of the calls that we respond to in Midvale, we're getting there in 5 minutes or less. Of course, this gives a percentile, and again, I go back to the graph that really explains it a lot better. Incoming engines and trucks and incoming ambulances. This is the number of times that Midvale and other units outside of Midvale responded within Midvale city limits. The 459 and the 407 totals up to the 866 number of calls. And Taylorsville, Cottonwood Heights, and Station 117, Taylorsville, the number of times they responded into Midvale city limits. And the same with the ambulances. It just shows the number of times that outside units come into Midvale for an assist, or because your fire crews are on another call and another call is needed. Also, we started the VERSA term, which is direct dispatch, which means if a Midvale unit is at the IMC in Murray and they're released and a call comes in Murray and they're closer than a Murray unit, the direct dispatch will send them. and vice versa into Midvale for a Murray unit. If they're closer than one of our Midvale units, they'll respond in. This is outgoing. This is the number of times that Midvale responded into each of these other jurisdictions. Cottonwood Heights for the last quarter was 43 times, for example. You go for the ambulances, Cottonwood Heights, the Midvale ambulances responded 87 times into Cottonwood Heights. These statistics are very helpful for our chief and our assistant chiefs and our operations chiefs as they evaluate the number of times your units respond outside of Midvale, and also the number of times other units respond into Midvale to see if there's any trends or huge discrepancies so that they can address those with the board, the UFSA board. I know that it's good to have some stories behind the numbers, and although this wasn't last quarter, October 10th, I believe the address was 6890 South 125 East, a house fire that was caused by some power lines after a branch knocked them down. Your fire crews responded very quickly to that and were able to put it out quickly. There was some significant damage to the home, mostly smoke damage and some heat damage. But I have on our Facebook page, I believe this video was taken by some neighbors, and I wish we had some video of the crew's initial fire attack on it. But they were able to get on it pretty darn quick, and it's just short. And if you don't mind, I'll just run that. That's it. Let me get back. Stop the screen share. As you can see, our emergent response, the number of time from the time the call comes in till the time we get there is so critical because fire moves so fast and does so much damage. And the crews are able to get there pretty darn quick and prevent more. Also, I would like to remind everyone on our Facebook page, continuing with Fire Prevention Month, there is a really good short video on home escape plans. And it points out that once the detectors go off, you've got less than 3 minutes. First Alert and McDonald's did a study that says 1 minute. So we suggest to everybody that when they do their home escape plan, that they time themselves and work on getting out of the home as quickly as possible. It's really critical. That's all I have for my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions if I can. Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chief Larson. We're now at the point of our meeting where we'll have public comment. This is the portion of the agenda that allows any person to express ideas, concerns, comments, or issues. If you would like to make a public comment on a public hearing item, you will be allotted time during the public hearings portion of the meeting. Please email your comments to Laura Magnus at lmagness@midvale.com. When commenting, please limit your comments to 400 words, which is the equivalent of approximately 3 minutes. Include your first and last name. It's optional whether or not you want to include your city of residence, and include the name of the agenda item. City staff will only read into the record the equivalent of 3 minutes or approximately 400 words, so please be concise with your statements. Laura, do we have any public comments to read at this time?
No, we do not have any comments at this time.
Okay. Then we will proceed to council reports. We'll first hear from Councilmember Robinson.
I have nothing tonight, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Glover.
I don't have anything this evening except thank you for excusing me last week. I had a breakdown. I was on a trip and I was planning on listening and I had an internet set up and everything went sideways. So, but we got it fixed and we got on the road. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, just a few things. One, I kind of wanted to bring something up that we talked about a while ago that I think Councilmember Gettle brought to the table. And at the time, I didn't have a lot of context, and so I kind of wanted to revisit it, at least direct the staff to at least to think a little bit more forward thinking on our commuting. I recently started to cycle to work, and sometimes I take various routes, and I wanted to check out the new Bingham Junction Boulevard. And he kind of brought up that we don't really have a bike lane there. And so I rode down it the other day, and we have a shoulder there with bike graphics on it. But, you know, if you just cross over to Sandy where they don't have bike graphics, their space between the sidewalk and the street are way bigger. So we're kind of just gilding something that doesn't really exist. You know, so if we're going to try to be this dense city where we're supporting this, we're doing kind of a bad job. I think there's ways around it. I don't know if we need we needed that park strip of grass that's going to be between the road and the sidewalk. We could have expanded commuting that way. But I think if we're going to outwardly project that we want to be this friendly commuting city, where we have two different track lines, we need to do a better job. We're actually really, really bad at it. 7800 South in West Jordan is pretty much a bike lane for as far as I rode. But as soon as you get to Midvale, it's not a bike lane. Even if you take Cottonwood Street, when you get into Murray, there's more shoulder in the Murray Road than the Midvale side. So compared to our neighbors, we are without a doubt the worst biking city. And we have the most opportunity to provide for transportation. So, you know, when Dustin brought it up, I was kind of like, well, if there's a bike lane there, I don't know why this is a big deal. But if you tried to ride it, it's dangerous. It's already dangerous, and we don't even have anything there, you know, to make heavy traffic. I can foresee a wreck on a bike happening now. And so I think that's poor planning. So I think with everything else new, we need to find better ways to do that, because it's kind of shameful that we say, hey, we want to be this. We say that, we put it in our plans, we put that in we say that to everyone, but like really we're not. So, you know, if we can find ways around it, that would be great. I also, you know, the Arts Council, we met last week. We typically have to present once a year to the council because we haven't run any productions because of the current, you know, health crisis and pandemic. They've decided to, you know, try to do some upgrades to the building. So Wade and Stephanie and them, they want to do like a quick 10, 12-minute presentation in the next couple of weeks just to sort of explain during a workshop. And I'll work with someone to get that on the schedule. But when you see it, it'll probably be a lot smaller than normal and really just sort of directed on kind of these improvements, because it doesn't seem like it makes much sense to go into much else. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gettle.
Just a couple of things. First, been emailing back and forth with David Bird, who he's spoken to us a few times before. I guess he's the head person over at the Midvale Library, the Ruth Tyler. He wants to restart the Healthy Midvale committee that we used to have here in Midvale. I don't think that was around as long as I've been here, so I'm not sure when it went defunct. But anyway, he is willing to shoulder much of the responsibility of getting that committee reorganized, and he would like to come speak to us at our next council meeting in a workshop session, just with his ideas. He put together a proposal already, and he would like to present that to us. I tried to get him for this meeting, but the agenda had already gone out when he sent me that proposal. So just wondering if there was appetite for such a presentation. Or if anyone remembers the committee and knows it was disastrous before and we shouldn't be associated with it again, I'll take that under consideration too.
Well, I'm not sure it was what it was because I never heard of it before. So,
Okay.
And I've been on council for a long time, so.
And maybe that was the problem, that it wasn't promoted in a way that anyone knew it existed. I think that from what David gathered, they were, the CHC was heavily involved with that committee. So I know some things went sideways with them, it seems, years ago. So maybe that's what happened there. But if you guys don't mind, I can bring him to, or invite him to the next council meeting, and he can do a spiel and see if we have any interest in partnering with that.
I'd be interested to hear what he has to say.
Okay.
I'm good with it, Dustin.
Okay. So I will, how about I email Matt and Kane with his contact info and that proposal he's already sent to me. Cool. Okay, that's number one. Number two, speaking of health, our COVID numbers in Midvale are pretty bad in comparison, not to other parts of the county, which are worse in some areas, but compared to our numbers in Midvale previously, we're seeing a pretty sharp increase, A, in the number of cases that we have active in Midvale, and B, in the positivity rate that we have in Midvale. So right now, and I just ran the numbers for today. So in the last 2 weeks, we've had 210 new cases in Midvale, which is our all-time high. As long as COVID has been a thing, in a 2-week period, we've never had that many cases before. Our previous high that I could find in a 2-week period was 153. So it's not just jumping up a little bit. Math is not my forte, but 153 to 210 is a pretty significant bump. Matt's shaking his head, so he must be the math wizard.
I was just thinking of the that scene from Old School where he said, "I didn't know math would be involved in this."
That was not part of the oath of office that I took. Math was not. But even more concerning is our positivity rate, and that's the number, depending on who you listen to, that's the number to watch out for. So our positivity rate, previous high was 13%, and we're at 16% as of the last 2 weeks. So just a reminder to everyone out there who may or may not be watching, a lot of us have become complacent. I know I have in my own life as well at times, and thought, I haven't got it yet, I should be fine. But, we're not in a period of time where that's the smart thing to do just yet. So I just want to let folks know that, we're still in the midst and the throes of a global pandemic, and Midvale, although our number of deaths is 4, which is not much, but to those 4 families, it's, the most heartbreaking number of all to them. So anyway, just, do what you can to be safe, take extra measures. Don't let your guard down whenever you're with small groups of friends and family, because, just because, it's your best friend doesn't mean that your best friend doesn't have COVID. So, we need to not let our guard down in those types of situations. And if you're one of those people who, throw caution to the wind and want to get COVID, I don't understand you, but, it's not anyone's right to spread a deadly disease to the masses. You might have every right to get it yourself if you want, but, that right doesn't extend to giving it to unwitting people everywhere you go. So all of that to say, wear a mask. It is the easiest thing to do. It's not that complicated, and no one's asking you to wear it 24/7 and to bed. So when you're out and about, please wear a mask. The other issue, just real quickly, I thought our workshop tonight was a little interesting and not necessarily in the greatest way. Because it was a public we had a public hearing scheduled for this. I feel like all that was in the workshop should have been in the public hearing. It seemed like the developer was trying to do a little bit of pre-meeting lobbying to us as the council. So I didn't participate much in that because I felt that a lot of it should have been in the public hearing where the public is instructed to tune in and watch and comment when they want to. So I don't know how the other council members feel, but I wouldn't necessarily like to have that type of development, no pun intended, happen in a workshop moving forward. I think it's fine if the workshop item is not also a public hearing item for that same night. If it was 2 weeks ago and the developer wanted to come and explain to us the issues that he was having, I think that's great for a workshop item, but seems redundant to have it on the same night where he's now going to have to repeat basically everything that he said anyway. So again, I don't know how other council members feel about that, but I don't necessarily think that that was the right thing to do, especially when it got into, some back and forth with the developer. I felt like that should be part of our, everyone knows the workshop is not the main event. It's the pre-match. So we don't have people tuned in as much for the workshop as they are for the public hearing that's scheduled. So again, if I'm the only one, then proceed and do it however you want in the future. But I just wanted to voice my concern with that moving forward. And
Dustin, to follow up, that's why I was trying to make it clear, we don't know how we're going to vote on this and everything needs to be repeated again, because I had mixed emotions about it, as well. So I tried to keep it, once I started thinking about it, I went, oh, this seems kind of weird. But, that's why I kind of ended the way I did with it, to be honest.
And I don't want to say, hey, can you repeat everything you said a couple hours ago? But that kind of needs to happen. I mean, we had a back and forth with the developer and actually reached some sort of compromise, which, Councilmember Brown, you did say, hey, we don't know how we're going to vote for it. But, the casual observer might see what happened and think that we came to an agreement with the developer during our workshop. And I don't think that that's the appropriate venue to do that. The appropriate venue would be when we vote to open the public hearing and then invite comments for that. So that's my concern. And that's all I have for tonight.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gettle. I'll just follow up on that. From the workshop, yeah, we did have some discussion. I don't think we made a decision in that. And it's my expectation that much of what was discussed will be reiterated as part of the public hearing. So I recognize your concern. I think we'll still talk a lot about what was discussed there. So other than that, I have nothing else this evening. And so City Manager report, Kane Loader.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be brief. I just sent out some information on our latest report on Utopia, and the good news is we're way ahead of our schedule for the build out in the 11 cities. UIA approved the last bonding for the last build out in the 11 cities Monday. So they will be going out to the bond market very soon to get that funding. They are as I said, way ahead of schedule for construction. We anticipate by the end of 2021, we'll have full build out in the 11 cities of the fiber in from Utopia. So something I didn't think I would see in my career or lifetime, maybe. But the good news is now once that's built out and the revenue starts coming in, then we can start looking to offset the bond payments that we've been making on those original bonds that were issued back in 2004. So that to me that was monumental and very good news from Utopia. I also just sent you that link to those 2 videos on Transjordan. Please watch them at your leisure, and we will make those available to the public. Matt, did you have anything tonight that you want to bring up?
I think for the most part, what I was going to bring up is covered. I did just briefly want to respond to Councilman Brown with regards to incorporating more bike lanes. Alex Murphy has actually been pushing very hard for us to participate in some planning for those kinds of transportation projects, active transportation projects. We will be coming to you with some concepts and things for how to incorporate some more of those features in the near future, and we'll be looking at ways of funding that through capital projects or whatever. So your point is taken. We are taking some steps, and we will be looking at how to better provide active transportation routes going forward.
Matt, thank you. I just want to say sometimes when you don't do it, it doesn't necessarily make sense, right? So I didn't have a big opinion on it until I rode a bike and went, wow, I'm really close to this lane now. I just feel like when we built a brand new road, we really missed the boat, an opportunity to do something, special, because you can get moving very fast down that hill.
Yeah, and I guess I totally hear what you're saying, and beyond your comments this evening, I guess just pointing out that Alex beats me up on this all the time and is really pushing us, and I think that'll be good for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Matt. With that, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes City Manager's report.
Okay, department report from Community Development, Nate Rockwood.
Okay. Okay, so I just had a couple of quick items. I'll be brief as well. The last council meeting, then the RDA adopted the Main Street CDA plan. RDA staff is currently putting that proposal forward to the different taxing entities, and so Cody Hill has done a good job putting together a very good explanation of that, and so we're going to those different taxing entities to get to hopefully get those plans adopted. Each entity has its own process that they follow, and so we're making sure that we follow that process, get them the information that they need. Some of that is staff presenting it, but some of the entities have some of their boards who evaluate the proposals. And so there'll be some chance for the mayor and I guess the appropriate council person to interact with those boards when they come up. So we'll make sure to keep you council aware of how that process is going, and make sure that you're involved in participating in that with the other elected officials. Last week we went, they had the Flourish opening, which is a nonprofit down on Center Street, which was good and was attended by several staff members. A really neat concept that we should all check out. I think it fits perfectly into the concept of what the city is trying to do with Main Street and that area, in making it sort of a culturally significant part of the city and part of the valley. And I think that that they'll do well there, and we're excited to have them as part of the city. Also, there's several items today about the CARES Act, and so I won't go into that much. Lisa will cover that, but I did want to make council aware that with several of the different initiatives that we've been following, just one of those is, and we've brought this up, but I just wanted to bring it up again, is really working with the road home to help make sure that some of their needs are being met in terms of keeping their facility as safe as they can be. And so we're proposing going forward with a proposal that they have to replace mattresses there. So one of the things that they do now is they, every time people change over there, they have to go and clean those mattresses, and the mattresses that they have now really aren't made to be cleaned on a daily and weekly basis. So they propose that we use some of the CARES Act funding to replace all those mattresses with mattresses that are made to be cleaned and sanitized on a regular basis. There's a lot of timing issues that go into these things, making sure that we can get that they can get these orders in place before the CARES Act time runs out. So I just wanted to make you aware of that one, as it's similar to the grant programs, but we're moving forward with that. Those are the only items that I had for updates for council today.
All right, thank you, Nate. We now have a report from Administrative Services by Kyle Maurer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I also just have a few things tonight. So first, in finance, our year-end audit field work started October 5th. They are planning on doing the majority, if not all of it, virtually, so they won't be in City Hall unless they feel a need to come in. As you remember, you did approve us to move forward with a bond refinancing at the last council meeting. So we did finally get the term sheet sent out to prospective buyers. So that lists a lot of financial data about the different systems. Also, it gives them some background on the different utilities. So big thank you to Glenn and Public Works who helped me get that compiled. And just to keep you apprised, Fitch Ratings is doing a review of our RDA bonds. So we had a meeting with them last week and just went over some information. They're particularly interested in the backstop for the RDA bonds, which is sales tax, and that was where most of the questions and the discussion focused on. But overall, it was really, really positive discussion we had with them. We're also moving forward. We've discussed this with our CARES Act money, doing a technology needs assessment. We are moving forward with that. We had a planning meeting this week to start going over what the process will be and start getting the ball rolling on that. As we'll discuss tonight, I've spent a lot of time working on both a quarterly budget report and budget carryovers, and I won't go too much into that because we'll be going over it during the discussion tonight. We've been doing a lot of discussions as staff on our CARES Act monies and the best way to use those and what projects we can complete by the end of the year. So we'll be providing updates in the future on that. I also really had a productive meeting with our finance staff and our treasurer over the utility billing move-in, move-out process. We're trying to find ways to make that process easier for our residents. So when they are moving into Midvale or moving out from Midvale, we definitely want them to have a good experience. And I know from personal experience, just moving into a home not in Midvale, unfortunately, you have a bad experience getting your utilities set up. It really does put a sour taste in your mouth. So we definitely want our residents, new and former residents, to be happy. So we are working on that. In IT, this is just a very small list of what they're working on. They're swamped as usual. Our phone system we had discussed, we're in the process of replacing that. So the RFP is closed and we're reviewing those proposals right now. We're in the final stages of our document signature software and integrating that. OnBase is our document imaging system, so it'll be integrated with that. So we have received some initial training and then we'll roll out training to all the employees shortly. The vendor that set up all of our city council technology, which, as you remember, during the Truth and Taxation meeting, we had a few hiccups on, but considering how much technology went in there, I thought it was an accomplishment. They finished the setup and troubleshooting of some of those issues, and IT will be working with some staff on doing a longer term test of that, just to make sure when we do need to use it, it'll be ready to roll and we won't have those issues. One of the more exciting things, which this bleeds into court, is court has been looking at doing an automated plea in abeyance procedure. So you'd be able to go onto a website, use a form, and be able to automate getting that process approved. So they've been working heavily with IT, and IT's been working with a vendor to get some costing and see how feasible it is. And it looks like we'll be able to get it done before our CARES Act money timeframe is up. They've been working heavily on getting the last parts of the technology for the community center done, which includes cameras, wireless, the alarm system, etc. And we did have an all-employee meeting last week, and IT did bring in a speaker to go over technology risks and how to be more secure, especially with a lot of us working at home, making sure we still have those guards up and we protect the city's assets. And my last item for IT is a heavy heart is Dan Silva, who's our IT tech. He's decided to go back to school. So his last day is November 13th. Many of you have worked with him. He's done an invaluable job for us. He'll be difficult, if not impossible, to replace. And when Matt Pierce, our IT manager, told me he was leaving, I thought it was a late April Fool's joke or an early one. But we'll definitely miss him when he leaves. But he's going on to bigger and better things, so we can't fault him for that. Just a quick update on the Justice Court, and this will be my last topics. So the Justice Court is still in a red phase, and just as a reminder, they are on a separate risk assessment from the state, so they don't follow the state recommendations. They have their own set that has been prescribed to them. Overall, our case filings on a year-to-year basis on that first quarter is down 56%. That by no means means that the Justice Court isn't busy. They have had to learn how to perform mission critical functions that used to be almost entirely in person, virtually. In addition, they are getting handed down different requirements from the state in terms of how they operate the Justice Court. So they've been very busy, and I definitely give my hats off to the judge, our court administrator, and then of course our court assistants who do a great job there. Talking a little bit more about those mission critical functions, they have been setting up computers in the lobby, so now they're up to 2. So people who need to use the Justice Court services or need to attend a virtual meeting, if they don't have those that technology at home to do it, we do have the ability for them to come into the Justice Court in a secure, safe fashion and interact with the court. So that's great. And I did discuss the plea in abeyance software, but that's one of the big items that we're looking forward to. So unless there's any questions, that's all I have tonight on my update.
Any questions for Kyle? All right, thank you, Kyle.
Great, thank you.
All right, it's now time to go into public hearing to consider the request to rezone approximately 12.61 acres of property located at approximately 300 East, 800 South from single-family residential zone with agricultural overlay, SF1 AO, to multifamily residential medium density RM12 zone for the Midvale Mills project. We have a motion to go into a public hearing.
Mayor Pro Tem, I motion we move into a public hearing.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, respond in the affirmative.
Yes.
Aye.
Yep.
Any against? Okay, motion passes. All right. Alex, you're up on that agenda item that I just read.
Great, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and good evening, everybody. I'm going to share my screen here real quick. Give me just a second. So as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we're looking tonight at a request for a rezone of a little over 12.5 acres from single family with agricultural overlay to the medium density residential zone. This is for some property that is located on the south side of 80th South, and the request straddles 300 East, but is predominantly located on the west side. The property is currently owned by Land Development LLC and the Mountain View Christian Assembly Church. They both have agreed to go in on this application, this request together. And we've got letters of support from both entities on this one. The rezone request is intended to support a proposal to develop that property into a master plan development. As proposed, it shows 128 units with 78 single family homes and 50 townhomes. The workshop meeting that was mentioned earlier, there was some discussion about cutting out the townhome portion and limiting this request to the single family side, which the applicant will, I expect, talk about a little bit more a little later this evening. So I'm going to continue to treat it as it was submitted, which is all 12.5-ish acres. And then as we get into that discussion later in the meeting, we can talk about what it means to cut pieces out. This proposal is a revised version of a plan that the City Council saw and rejected last year. In December, there was a request to rezone about a little over 3.5 acres on this west side of the project. And in that request, it was going to be for townhomes, and the public and the Planning Commission and the City Council all provided some feedback that led the applicant to revise the plan and resulted in the one that you're seeing here now. Rezones are legislative requests and do require both public hearings in front of the Planning Commission and the City Council. The Planning Commission held a public hearing in May on this request in particular, and tabled it in that meeting because they had some questions they wanted addressed in the large scale master plan that was tied to it. And then they finished their deliberation and made a recommendation to not approve the rezone in their meeting last month in September. Tonight, we're looking at the public hearing in front of the City Council, and the recommendation in the report from staff is to consider approving it, but tabling that decision until a development agreement is proposed that includes this proposed plan, or however it gets modified following our discussion tonight. The ordinance has the zoning ordinance that is has some requirements for rezones. Rezones are required to be both consistent with the policies and goals of the general plan and meet one or more of these three provisions. Either it's necessary to comply with the general plan or address an issue that wasn't anticipated in the general plan, it's to fix an error, or it's the result of changes in the land or its surrounding environments. And I'm going to go through both of these, both the general plan and the rezone requirements here tonight. The general plan locates this property in a stability area. You can see I've roughly outlined it here in red, but it's on the edge of a couple opportunity areas, the South State Street and Mid State Street opportunity areas. Stability areas have a series of goals that are basically intended to see development patterns continue as they are or were in effect when the general plan was adopted. So we're looking at seeing things not change too much as new development comes in. We're not looking to see dramatic or big changes like we would see perhaps on Jordan Bluffs, where it's going from undeveloped to very developed, or Bingham Junction in the same case. We've got other opportunity areas like State Street and Fort Union that are all anticipated to see some very dramatic changes, assuming the goals of the general plan come to fruition. And that's not really the case here. However, in these general plan goals, we still have some flexibility when it comes to seeing new development types come in. So it's currently single family residential. The project that's proposed is predominantly single family residential, although it needs a different zone in order to provide the density that's proposed. We're still seeing neighborhood stability maintained. We've got single family and multifamily or townhome style developments all around. This fits, it slots right in the middle as far as the density is concerned with other projects that are in the area. We're buffering the higher intensity opportunity areas on the west, or we're buffering rather the lower intensity areas on the east from the higher intensity areas on the west. We're providing new facilities for parks and open space for at least the residents of this project. We're close to tracks, and we're providing additional home styles with this proposal, that is. We've also got goals that were adopted in the housing plan that are similar. These goals are intended to focus more on housing specifically and less on development patterns as a whole. And they generally have the intent to provide additional opportunities for housing in areas where it makes sense, because we just don't have a lot of space left in the city. And we anticipate over the next 20 to 30 years that we'll need about 10,000 more housing units across the city. So we're looking at how we can fit some of those into existing neighborhoods, take advantage of areas where we have undeveloped or underdeveloped spaces, and then also trying to fit them in places like Jordan Bluffs and Bingham Junction, which have been building out over the last few years. So that's all general plan related comments. On the zoning ordinance, we feel that the third one here, the change in surrounding environs, is appropriate and applicable in this case. I'm going to switch my screen really quick. When this area was originally platted out in the 1950s, you can see on this aerial map that I have borrowed from the internet that it was predominantly agricultural based. There wasn't a whole lot of development anywhere. State Street's pretty small. We have a train line that runs through it and some canals, and that's about it. But as time went on, we started seeing more development come in. So this is in the 60s. You can see some of the industrial places have filled in. We've got more houses on 80th. We've got the 80s filling in with subdivisions all around, which is a pretty dramatic change from what it was 30 years prior. In the 2000s, we have Trax line coming through with the track station up on Center Street. We've got more of the townhome style projects coming in, or high, medium density level of projects and condos. And then today we're seeing even more of those projects. So the zone that's there now, that agricultural zone, was applied decades ago, and it really isn't supporting the type of development that we've been seeing in the area. And so it makes sense to consider altering that zone to something that really fits both what we have seen in the area and serves the purposes of the general plan and housing plan. Let me get back here. So that covers the general plan and the zoning ordinance. I mentioned earlier, staff believes that this complies with those requirements and does have a recommendation for delayed approval. But I wanted to spend a couple minutes talking about some of the themes that we've seen in the comments that have come in on this project. We did send out notice of the public hearing to everybody that owns property within 300 feet of the 12.5 acre boundary. So that caught well over 100 property owners. It went to a lot of folks. And we've got so far somewhere in the neighborhood of 24 pages worth of comments that Laura Magnus will be reading here in a moment. But some of the big themes that we've been seeing, I wanted to go over real quick. One of the first ones is, why are we considering this request again or still? As I mentioned earlier, this application is a modified version of one that came through last year, and there's been some confusion on the part of on some of the commenters about why, if it was denied in December, we're reconsidering it now. That's because we have a different proposal this time. It covers a different area. It's a different design. It's intended to respond to those comments, and it doesn't really, it's not subject to a denial necessarily that would block future consideration. So this is a good opportunity to reconsider it because it is responding to some of those concerns that we heard previously. One of the second most common complaints was about traffic, particularly on 80th South, although some folks did comment on 300 East as well. And in the large scale master plan, we did get a traffic study that showed the number of units proposed with both the single family and the townhomes wasn't going to create an issue with traffic flows on 80th South. There may be some minor delays at the intersections of State and 700 East, but those are generally due to the priority that those intersections have on the UDOT streets, State and 7th East being state controlled roads. And there's not really a whole lot we can do to modify light timing or anything like that to make sure those happen. Our city engineer did go out last winter and just monitor for a couple days the traffic patterns on a couple mornings in December. And he found that while they did get some queues of potentially up to maybe 10 or 12 vehicles at a time. They also were able to move through the light without really having any delays or sitting through multiple cycles. A related complaint on the traffic side is that we've had the ongoing pandemic since before this project came before the Planning Commission. And in the traffic study that we got, the traffic engineer mentions and bases his conclusions on modified numbers. He did go out and count traffic during the period before the report was completed, found that it wasn't consistent with normal traffic patterns probably because of the pandemic. So he normalized those numbers using UDOT data to ensure that we're considering what would actually be the case and not what appears to be the case today because we had lower traffic counts at the time. Another complaint was parking, both parking for the project and parking on the public streets. There were several folks that indicated they were concerned because they couldn't see around corners or couldn't safely proceed through intersections because cars were blocking the way, and that this project would likely lead to more of that. The single family portion of this project does provide almost double the number of stalls we normally require for a project like this. It's got 4 stalls currently per unit plus guest stalls. It does not allow parking on the street because it's using private streets that aren't wide enough to give that on-street option, but it is over 4 stalls per unit. The townhome side is—
Now, Alex, can I interrupt you on this topic really fast?
Yep.
There's one thing I want you to make clear. You said 4 per, so you're saying 2 people can park in theory, 2 people can park in the garage if they leave it clear, and then 2 people can park on their driveway.
Correct.
Is that
yes.
all units?
Yes, every house.
Okay.
Every single family house.
I'm not a huge fan of not having the streets wide enough for like parking on at least one side or something along those lines. Is there any way that is that because of a park strip or something? They're so impractical. You know, is there a way that some things can be adjusted to allow those roads, even if they want to keep it private or whatever, for their HOA purposes, to somehow make it where they could still keep their unit count, but like how much wider does the road have to be for them to be able to park on the road? Do you know the answer to that?
Yeah, so your paved section has to be at least 26 feet wide to do one side of on-street parking.
Yeah.
That is when you look at the amount of frontage, here, I'll go back. When you look at the amount of street area that adds, it really cuts into the open space and the lot areas for those units. So we have a 35-foot right-of-way there right now, which includes 20 feet of pavement, curb and gutter, and then a sidewalk on both sides in this case. That's the private road standard that's defined in the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
So we have seen it wider, but it's not typical. And even if we did widen it, you'd have issues where all the driveways are at, because you might not be able to fit as many cars as you think around fire hydrants and driveway.
It's just what this creates is sort of what do you do if your friends come over? And so they have to park down by the park. So if you live up on 80th at least you can park on 80th, I guess.
Yeah, you can park on 80th and 30th. There's room on both of those streets.
But like a quote unquote normal single family home, like if you have a couple of friends come over, they can, just pull in front of your house. So the only thing I don't want to create is a place that people don't interact, because it's like, hey, there's nowhere for you to park if you come over, and that's the only thing that I find that I don't like about the private road, situation. So I just don't know if we've thought of all ways around that or something along those lines.
Well, a couple solutions that have been brought up in the past have been trying to impose some restrictions on garage use through the HOA. We at the city can't really put that sort of imposition in or requirement. That's a little challenging. The other option is to perhaps consider wider driveways, so there may be 3 cars wide instead of 2. Then we have the same open space issue in that scenario. There are opportunities in the zoning ordinance to modify open space requirements without text amendments that could be done if it's super important. This is a scenario that you see in just about every single family neighborhood. Even so, my neighborhood is on a public street, for instance, in Taylorsville, and we have I want to say it's a 50-foot wide right of way, but you can't park on it because it's still not wide enough for people to drive through. And unless we want to start modifying development standards for master plan developments as a whole, which we are talking about next month.
I just mean, like, you come down Coolidge where I live and everyone parks on the road, right? I don't know how wide that road is, but it doesn't feel super wide, right? But it could be, I guess. And I don't know, everyone does it. No one cares, right? As long as it's, the owners, because they're, there's some safety security issues otherwise. But I mean, if you come down to my street tonight, there's going to be five or six out of the 10 homes with a car in front,
I believe you.
But so I just was wondering if there's other options, because, I like the idea of this, but, you also want to make it a welcoming community, And I guess my other problem would be, what if someone stopped by for an hour and would just pull in front anyways? That road's wide enough that cars can get around, right?
Yeah, so the big concern with the right-of-way width that we've defined is emergency vehicle access. So the 20 feet, the 20-foot width requirement is the fire code's requirement, not necessarily ours. We can't do a street narrower than 20 feet because then there really is no room for emergency apparatus to move through there. If somebody parks on the street temporarily, it's not usually a big problem for vehicles to pass by, even if they might have to slow down and do it one at a time. Even a fire truck can get by at that with one car on one side. If you have a car on both sides, that doesn't happen then you lose that ability. But that's where we're getting into trade-offs. We have a lower amount of landscaping in exchange for a higher amount of parking, or we swap the two.
Right. Okay. I didn't really, I don't know. I was just thinking out loud when you came to parking, and I wanted.
I hear that one a lot, and it is one of our topics, as I mentioned, for the master plan development discussion we've got scheduled for next month. So or at least it's on the list to discuss in that meeting.
Okay.
And then the last comment that I've been seeing a lot of is a preference for single family dwellings. And this comment kind of confused me a bit, because I sent out this plan with the notice. And I know people have seen this plan and recognize them as single family dwellings, but I'm still seeing comments that say they don't want multifamily dwellings. So as I mentioned earlier, we talked about potentially not including the townhomes. I'm not really sure how to respond to that comment, because we do have single family dwellings here. They're not on the same scale as some of the existing neighborhoods are, but we don't see that as problematic I should say, as planning staff, because the housing plan does want to see a variety of housing options. And this is a product type that we don't really have a lot of, which is single family detached units on smaller lots. We've got big lots, we've got medium lots, we've got townhomes, but small lots aren't really a thing that we see a lot of in Midvale. So, as I mentioned, staff believes that this request does comply with those requirements and does recommend approving the rezone. However, because we want to see that project that's proposed is the one that's constructed, we recommend postponing or tabling that decision, that finalization, until a development agreement can be created that guarantees that project is the one that's built if it's done within a certain time frame. So I'd recommend tabling it for now. I have here on this slide prepared an alternate motion that basically says the same thing, but excludes the townhome portion in that direction for us to work on the development agreement. So that's all I have to say on the topic. I'd be happy to answer any other questions if there are any, or we can have Laura get to reading some of those comments.
My question is going to be similar to things we've done in the past when we know the motion is to table this discussion. Why would we go through the 24 pages of public comments?
I would say it's worthwhile to go through the comments to see if there's anything else that we can address when it comes back. Plus, the public has spent time and energy putting those comments together, and we don't want them to feel like they are shortchanged because we have decided not to consider them.
Well, and I think that's why I honestly don't know why we would be having a public hearing with the recommendation to table. It sounds like we should have canceled the public hearing and scheduled it for such time when a final decision was ready to be made. This seems disjointed in the fact that we're going to read comments from the public. We're most likely going to table the issue pending a development agreement, just to have a peek behind the curtain. And then we're going to discuss all of this again in a subsequent meeting. So I don't see the point.
I mean, hearing the comments gives an opportunity for us as staff to incorporate them into the development agreement. If there is something else that we need to consider or address, that it'd be better to do it now than to bump it, have the public hearing later, and then have to bump it again because we wanted something changed to include the comments.
So if we table it tonight and it comes back to us, isn't there going to be a point where we're going to ask for public comments again?
You can do that if you would like, but if we hold a public hearing tonight, there's not a requirement to hold a second one or accept additional comments later.
I don't know. Again, it seems disjointed to me to have a public hearing. It seems, I mean, it almost seems like it's a way to sidestep the public hearing, to be honest. I mean, if you have a public hearing, I think the public expects a decision to be made. They don't expect that we have a recommendation from the staff prior to the public hearing to table the issue. Like we've had this same thing happen at least once or twice this year, where we've gone to a tabling and still gone through every single piece of information that would normally lead to a decision.
Hey, Dustin, the only thing is we're voting on this and we don't know how that decision is going to come out until we hold the votes. So we have no idea if it's going to be tabled or not tonight. That is the recommendation, but it doesn't mean that's what's going to happen.
Well, I would be shocked if it didn't.
But you don't know. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean,
Yeah.
It could very well be tabled, but it might not be. You have one vote, I have one vote. Until we take that vote, we don't know.
Yeah, and I'd say even if it is tabled in this instance, going forward in future matters, I echo what Councilmember Glover said. We're not sure how those will end up, even if we've got a recommendation to table it. It's probably a strong indication that we will table it in those, but it's not for certain.
I would add that oftentimes when we schedule a public hearing, we haven't finished putting our recommendation together at the staff level. So if we don't really have the opportunity to postpone them or cancel them after they're noticed. So it's usually easier for all involved in the process to hold the public hearing as early as possible, get the comments on the record so that they can be considered and addressed if necessary or responded to otherwise if not. Because it could be that development agreement, when we get through this process, if the decision is to table it, it's to table it to remove the townhomes and to revise the parking and to revise some other requirements that only came up because we have the comments in the public hearing. Looks like Lisa might have something to add.
Not a lot other than what's been said. I think that the public comments are probably need to be read. The council can do whatever they choose in terms of what they vote. And if another public hearing needs to be made, if the council wants that to get more public input, they can request that as well.
I don't think that anyone wants that to happen. I just want, I don't think that the way that we've been doing this recently, and again, this isn't the first time this has happened this year. I don't think it just keeps pushing like kicking the can down the road, and we don't make a decision. And then people who have submitted public comments thinking that those public comments are going to lead us into a direction as a council to make a decision, and we don't, and we table it. And, 2 weeks, 2 months, the same issue comes back up. Here comes Mr. Nash again with, the next idea. Like, the packet that we have has townhomes on it. And now the developer has agreed that he's not going to put townhomes there right now. So, to me, this item should have been stricken from the agenda entirely, because this isn't a baked good. This needs to be in the oven on 350 for another 45 minutes.
And that.
I look
Yeah,
at, sorry, Lisa, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Brian.
I look at it a little bit differently than the last one. I agreed with you on the last one, Dustin, with the way we just sort of did that parking, or the rezone. We read all those comments and it seemed pointless. This one seems different because, talking to us and talking to the neighbors, which is what we want developers to do, they have come to the conclusion they want to make some changes. They may make some more changes after they hear the pages of comments tonight. I think that just gets a better product in the end, because at that point, it shows that it isn't just, sometimes people feel like they come to city council, they say their mind about a property, and still like the worst possible project is built. And in this scenario, it was all townhomes, a kind of a poor plan design of townhomes. And we said, hey, go and make this better. He came back with that. Citizens, hey, in the planning and zoning said, hey, we don't like these townhomes still. And he's signaling to us today that he's like, hey, I heard these citizens. I want to come back with like a new idea without that. So I feel like out of everything I've been a part of, this has been the most successful use of public comment, even though it's been time consuming. At least that's how I viewed it, because it seems like the developer actually is changing their position.
I agree with that. I agree with that point. My point is the normal schedule of things would have been to have the workshop, have Mr. Nash come to us and say, here was the plan before, here's what I'm going to do. We all say, yeah, we love that. Thanks for taking our citizens' comments and concerns into consideration. Then come back to us with this public hearing with the plan, and then we've already discussed all of the other issues, and then it's, we're able to make a decision at that point. Like, it just seems to me that this was put together in a very rushed way. Like, to have the developer in our workshop an hour before the meeting telling us, major changes to the plan that we have a public hearing scheduled for, just, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Dustin, I hear what you're saying with regards to this and what everyone is saying. And I think tonight, I get that there's other times where things have been tabled, but I think the conditions under which that happens are different in different cases. And I think tonight, the anomaly was the workshop leading into this, which is something I definitely think we can look into not replicating that in the future. But I think that as you say, that this was rushed. I mean, this has been in the process for a long time. Our staff has put a lot of work into it. And as Alex said before, we have to notice these things way in advance. And it's, while you're identifying that you feel it is bad form for us to have the meeting in this situation, it's also considered to be generally sort of bad form to schedule a public hearing and then cancel a public hearing. Now it happens, but what we're trying to do is get that feedback from the situation. So I mean, we can continue to discuss how to improve that situation, but tonight is an anomaly. We've learned some lessons, and I think we will evaluate how we combine workshops and public hearings in the future.
Well, and just one last point. Yeah, I'm not saying, obviously, I couldn't even believe it was December 2019 when we first heard this, when Alex said it was last year. I was like, wait a minute, wasn't this just like a couple of months ago? Anyway, so it hasn't been.
That's that COVID time warp.
Yeah, so it hasn't been, I'm not saying, you know, anything's rushed with this project. It's been a long time. What I'm saying is what was public, the public hearing had a rendition that had townhomes on it. So from that point to us tonight, those townhomes are not part of the discussion anymore. So I guess that's the sense that I'm saying things seem a little bit rushed. So say we had a regular, people could show up. Most people would be showing up tonight because they want to make a comment in the public hearing about they don't want the townhomes and the multi-family residential. And we would just be saying, oh, hey, in our workshop, they decided they're not going to do that. So you can go home now, if that's your only comment. So that's my point. My point is it's not the way that we normally do things, and probably a good reason why we don't normally do them that way.
I just want to finish with saying we don't normally do things that way because normally we don't have developers saying, we hear what these people are saying, and if this is the hang up, we'll move on. I mean, we didn't say, hey, we have a hang up on this, let's change it. They listened to those citizens and came back to us.
But we haven't, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we haven't had the public hearing yet.
Right. Well, they had a public hearing before on the topic, and he took it from there to now. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's why it's different. We rarely will see this because developers aren't going to normally do that. They're going to do what they want to pencil, and that's it. So that's why I think it feels different.
Okay.
That's
I guess we should move on, but my concerns are stated for the record, and you know, I definitely appreciate listening to concerns from our citizens, but I also feel that we're putting some people in an awkward position of we've solicited their input for this public hearing and we're going to table the issue and not make a decision anyway.
All right, with that being said, Alex, did you want to read the public comments now, or do you, and then we'll have the applicant then can make some comments?
We'd normally have the applicant first, and then Laura would be the one reading the comments.
Okay.
But I'll leave the order of operations up to you.
Well, I just look at this. I mean, the applicant's going to be able to hear the public comment, and so then can respond to some of those. So let's do that. Laura, why don't you go ahead and read the public comment that we have, and then we'll have the applicant. He can make comments and respond to any of those comments that are made from the public.
Okay, will do. Thank you. The first comment I have is from Diane Bergen. My concerns are left turns off of 8000 South are already nearly impossible, and this development will make them worse. Do you plan on putting in stoplights? With only 35 guest parking stalls, there will be parking issues just like in my farmhouse neighborhood. Here, people use their garage for storage and then park one of their vehicles in guest parking. The second comment I have is from John Bruderer, who lives at 8033 Tap Lane. Mr. Nash's master plan includes rezoning to RM12, the 3 properties that the Midvale City Council moved to deny rezoning December 10th, 2019. Why is he allowed to have the 3 properties denied in December changed from SF1AO to RM12? Why do we need to address the issues again? Why does it feel like Midvale City is not listening to its residents? We are concerned that if the properties are rezoned to RM12, then it will be very easy for Midvale to rezone the properties immediately west of 236 East 80th South and adjacent to Tap Lane when a developer wants to put multifamily dwellings on them. Traffic will be dramatically increased on 8000 South as a result of multifamily dwellings. Parking issues on 8000 South will increase with the additional housing units. Pulling out of Tap Lane onto 8000 South is very dangerous already. I should be reading his bullet points. So this is number 5. Current water pressure issues will increase. 6, demand on public safety services will increase. 7, some of the homes will be purchased for the purpose of being rental properties. Many units in the White Pines condominiums have become rental units, which has increased the current parking issues. 8, there is more likelihood of the residents becoming temporary rather than permanent ones who will foster lasting and established relationships. 9, people moving onto the area would be more likely to stay in the area if the homes being built were roughly the size of the homes in the Larson Cove subdivision. 10, why not build homes that will fill a family's future needs and thus increase the possibility of them staying in the area? 11, why not build homes similar to the Larson Cove subdivision where children can have plenty of room to play in their yard with their friends? 12, lower cost housing generally draws crime, drugs, alcohol, etc. This is not a matter of discrimination, it's a matter of public and family safety. 13, would you like to have multifamily dwellings surrounding your home if you lived in a single family residence? 14, let's keep the area being discussed SF1 so it will encourage people to establish roots in neighborhoods and communities that will eventually be filled with children laughing, crying, and playing together through the years. The next one is from Julie Bruderer, who also lives at 8033 South Tap Lane. I do not know how many others have submitted their concerns to be read at this hearing, but during the May 13, 2020 Planning Commission hearing, there were 22 emails read, all expressing concerns over this project, and a petition against the rezoning presented to Midvale City, which contained 31 signatures. A few, but not all of the concerns expressed in these emails were: 1, the City Council had decided December 19th not to rezone. If the City Council wanted this area to be single-family homes where families could stay and raise their children, why is this now being considered to be rezoned as multifamily with smaller houses? We feel that the area should be rezoned to RM12 and that the lot home sizes should be increased similar to the Larson Cove subdivision. 2, decreased safety due to increase in traffic and increase of cars parking on the street, both on 80th South and 3rd East. This is already dangerous to pull into 8000 South and dangerous for pedestrian traffic. This will only make it worse. 3, there will be considerable increase in students for the nearby schools. 4, concerns that the development would impact the comparable home prices of existing property owners. 5, high density development with relatively small units would eventually attract investors who will rent the homes instead of providing homes that families could remain in to raise their families. As one person said, families are the fabric of Midvale City. Many of the units proposed do not lend families purchasing and families purchasing and staying. As a community surrounding this development, we would like to know that these concerns are being heard. I am therefore asking you to consider the emails that are being presented today and that have been presented to the May 13, 2020 meeting. Let's keep the area being discussed as SF1 so it will encourage people to establish roots in neighborhoods where families can establish lasting friendships. The next message I have is from Ryan D. My name is Ryan D., father of 2, and I'm writing you today with serious concerns over the proposed development just north of my home. I understand that with growth comes development. However, I do not feel that this land deemed as residential with agricultural overlay is going to benefit the neighborhood nor the area by becoming multifamily. People live in Sandy for the neighborhoods and single family environment. If we all wanted to live in Sugar House, we would. I and my surrounding neighbors have grave concerns over the amount of homes that will be developed on this relatively small parcel of land. If this were your typical single family development of a 1/4 acre lots, we would be looking at like 48 homes, not 122 plus. More and more of these types of developments are taking over for single family neighborhoods, and I and my family, for one, are tired of it. This is not what Sandy and Midvale need, especially in this area. How will this change our demographics? How will this affect the class of sizes in our schools? How will this affect the traffic on 8000 South, which is already considerable? How is removing a church from within the community good for the community? How will this affect the value of my home and the neighborhood, i.e. property taxes? What type of people are going to be moving into these homes? This increases possibilities for predators. Increasing congestion and population increases problems. How can I feel safe with my children riding bikes in the street with 122 cars, most likely easily doubled? Trafficking our area? Why are only people that live within 300 feet being notified about this when this will affect the entire length of 80th South and surrounding area, etc.? What is the timeline of this project? How long will my neighbors and I have to deal with the noise, mess, traffic, and inconveniences that this project will definitely entail? I'm going to stop reading there. Alex did a good job of responding to people who used more than 3 minutes or about 390 words and gave them the opportunity to shorten it. So there's a few that I will be stopping at the 400 word limit. The next one is from Kurt and Heidi Laird, L-A-I-R-D. Dear Midvale City Council, thank you for the opportunity to submit comments in connection with the proposed rezone of 12.61 acres at approximately 300 East and 8,000 South. We own a home just south of the land in question. The homes in this immediate area have relatively large lots, approximately 0.23 acres or more, with single-family homes. The size of the properties and homes tend to encourage long-term residents who are invested in the community. The proposed rezone, on the other hand, would pack smaller homes into substantially smaller lots. By our count, about 18 houses in the same space that is now occupied by just 8 houses south of the proposed development. In our experience, such communities do not lend themselves to long-term invested homeowners. Rather, over time, they turn into short-term rental communities where the residents are not as invested in the care and maintenance of the property. While the short-term profit of such a development may be enticing to the city and the developer, it is not the best plan for the overall long-term development of the property. There are also issues with parking and traffic that do not seem to be adequately addressed in the proposed plan. Streets for the proposed development are narrow, and there is not a lot of parking space. This especially becomes an issue when the properties turn into rentals. Parking also appears to be lacking for the proposed townhome condo development where the church now sits. The other concern we have is related to traffic on 300 East and 8,000 South. With an estimated addition of 300 more cars to the roads, there needs to be an additional outlets from the proposed developments onto 8,000 South. Otherwise, all of the traffic and overflowing parking will go into 300 East, which is a relatively small road. Finally, the open space numbers submitted by the developer are different than they initially appear. Specifically, there's a strip of land approximately 10 feet wide on the west side of the vacant land. Our understanding is that this land, while owned by the church, is fenced in as part of adjacent yards, and that it would not actually be open space if the development were allowed to move forward. And I have to cut that at the 400 limit. This is from Andrew Hyde. After reviewing the rezoning proposal of the property at 300 East, 8,000 South, I have concerns and am opposed to the proposal to change to multifamily residential medium density housing. The proposal includes a walking trail from the retention play area of the development and continues west to 150 East. That runs directly between my backyard and the front yard of my neighbors to the north. With the increase to multifamily residential medium density housing and the proposed walking trail, this will bring substantial foot traffic right through my backyard. We have 4 young children as well as several other young kids in the neighborhood who enjoy playing outside. But with the walking trail going directly through our yards, I wouldn't feel as safe letting my children be outside playing. As you know, with increased foot traffic, this would just increase the opportunity for theft and crime in our neighborhood. I would ask that you please consider the proposal to rezone multifamily residential medium density housing, and more importantly, consider the walking trail through our yards. Thank you. Next is from Scott Reddick. I live at 212 East, 8135 South, and wanted to express my opposition to the development proposal for 300 East, 8,000 South. I believe adding this density to the area serviced by 8,000 South will overload the capacity of the road. Adding 122 houses to the area will increase traffic drastically, and 8,000 South is a small road with no potential to expand it. At various times through the day, there can be lines at both the intersections of 8,000 South and State and 8,000 South and 700 East. It is too many units to fit into this area. Next is from Michelle Walker. I do not understand why we are revisiting this rezoning issue. I thought it was very clear that this is a single family zoning area and should stay that way. We are all dealing with so much stress right now and with the coronavirus, and for me personally, as a high school teacher, stress is raining down on me. This issue is just causing me even more stress, unhappy face. The excuse that Mr. Nash has that affordable housing is needed is an excuse that fills his greed, degenerates the nuclear family, and promotes individualism, which beats to the drum of me, me, me. Families are the crux of society. In George Orwell's 1984, he states, the so-called abolition of private property meant the concentration of property in far fewer hands than before. Multi-dwellings breed rental properties, which puts land out of the hands of families and into the hands of landlords. The American dream is homeownership and pride in owning a home. Single-family homes promote this. In communist countries, people are forced to pay outrageous rents to the landlord. In America, rental properties in the hands of landlords continue to rise and can cause families financial hardship and even homelessness. Whereas if families own their own home, the mortgage is a fixed payment they qualify for. If you took a poll on 8000 South, where there are townhomes, you would find that a large portion of them are rentals. In fact, right across from Tap Lane are brand new townhomes that the developer built and rented out. There are 5 people living in one of the townhomes. In addition, we are now aware of how coronavirus spreads rapidly in densely populated areas. We need our own single-family homes with our own walls and ventilation systems and backyards where children can play and breathe fresh air. Preventing the coronavirus and dissuading crowded multifamily dwellings should be enough reason to say no to Mr. Nash and tell him only single-family homes are allowed. Next is from Marty and Jackie Wang. Thank you for the opportunity to submit comments in connection with the proposed rezone of 12.61 acres at approximately 300 East and 8000 South. We just purchased a home in the Eagle Brook neighborhood, which is on the other side of the fence from the proposed development. We purchased in this neighborhood because it was a quiet single-family residential neighborhood with lot sizes that encourage long-time residents. The proposed rezone to multifamily medium density on the other side of the fence from our new to us home is very concerning because it would change the nature of our neighborhood from single-family homes on good-sized lots to high-density units packed on top of each other. There are 8 homes across the fence south of a proposed development. The proposed development would pack 16 homes in the same amount of linear space. Some of the proposed single-family homes would be sitting on lots less than 0.1 acres, less than 4,400 square feet. This proposal will not encourage long-term residents. The townhomes and small homes are more likely to turn into rentals in just a few years. We're not city planners, but 300 East appears to be a smaller side road designed to serve the church and less than 24 homes along Eagle Brook. It is not a through street. Adding a 500-unit townhome development plus additional crowded single-family homes would significantly increase traffic. We watched the YouTube video of the Planning Commission meeting where the commission rejected this zoning change. The Planning Commission noted that the traffic study prepared in connection with the proposed development did not look at the increase in traffic on 300 East that would result from adding 50 townhomes served by 300 East. Depending on when the traffic study was done, it also may not account for the significant reduction in traffic that resulted from the governor's stay home, stay safe order to slow the spread of COVID. We also question whether 300 East is wide enough to support the increased parking that will result in addition to the additional traffic. We are not opposed to change. Adding homes is a good use of the land, but single-family residential is very different from multifamily medium density being proposed by the zoning change and development plan. Sincerely, Marty and Jackie Wing. Next, I have from Ali Hyde, Hyde. I am strongly opposed to the rezoning land from single-family homes to multifamily residential homes, as well as the easement walkway that would be directly through my backyard. I do not want foot traffic going through there. It does not feel like a safe place to put that and bring more strangers through our neighborhood. We have so many little kids and want to keep our neighborhood more private and safe. Please consider another option that would not be right in our backyards. That is a silly spot to put it and doesn't make sense at all. Thank you. Next is from Matt Bell, who lives at 217 East, 8135 South. I'm writing to you in opposition of the proposed rezoning of the field behind my house and a multifamily medium density RM12 with 122 units. This is on the agenda for tomorrow, October 20th. 80th South will be the main outlet to this proposed project. The street is the same street for Union Middle School, which my kids walk to or from most days of the week. Due to already existing higher medium density housing off of 80th, there are a lot of cars in that area during school commute hours, not to mention all the cars parked in the road due to lack of parking in those same projects. Both of these factors add higher risk to our young pedestrians. I'm sure that an additional medium density project will only add to this situation. I know there is a housing demand in Utah, but does every single piece of land that becomes available need to address that demand by changing zoning so dramatically? The project off of 7th West that runs over toward Gardner Village seems like a great contribution to that housing demand already. Please consider preserving the current zoning on the property in question on behalf of an already congested school zone area. Next is from Jordan Nelson. Once again, I would like to voice my concern over the 300 East, 8000 South rezone application. I oppose the rezoning request for the same reasons I mentioned in my testimony at the City Council meeting in December, then again during the Planning and Commission meeting in May. It's interesting to see that little has changed from the original application, wherein a substantial number of the adjacent neighborhoods and contributing members of the community adamantly opposed the application. That opposition has not changed. Please note that on our streets alone exists medical professionals, religious leaders, civic authorities, small business owners, and a variety of other tremendous hardworking individuals and families. These people are the fabric of Midvale City and would be in any city for that matter. Each has decided to put down roots for varying reasons, but one that is common among them all. The available homes were planned and zoned with long-term owner occupancy in mind. Long-term generational property ownership is how the land is currently zoned, and I believe it should remain that way. Next is from the Larson Cove HOA Board and is signed by Jordan Nelson, David Hale, and Haley Boyle. The Larson Cove HOA is a group of 20 homeowners and Midvale citizens whose properties are directly adjacent to the proposed Midvale Mills project. Individually and collectively, we have made a strong commitment to preserving this part of the community. The residents of our neighborhood are extremely active in and support of local, civic, academic, religious, and other community causes. Many of us were drawn to the Larson Cove community because of the opportunity for more space. We wanted a place to put down roots, to raise families, and to have yards big enough for our kids to run and play in. We wanted a place where neighbors felt a sense of pride and commitment to the neighborhood because they planned on staying for the next 20 to 30 years. The Larson Cove development has been a great asset to the city and a great place to live. An important part of the appeal of the Larson Cove development was the knowledge that the surrounding land available for the development was zoned as SF1AO. This meant for residents choosing to live in Larson Cove, future development of the adjacent land would conform to the same community principles we espouse. Unfortunately, the proposed Midvale Mills plan and the proposed rezoning does not fit in with the nature of our community, nor the intended purpose of the land. It's also unsettling to see in the site plan a piece of land purposely jut through our neighborhood, causing a direct adverse impact on 5 of our homes. We strongly oppose the notion of changing the zoning of the subject property. There exists a preponderance of multifamily housing all around the area, with more being added constantly, while land for single-family homes with reasonable sized lots are becoming more and more scarce. While a change of zoning may serve the short-term interest in an individual developer, it would be detrimental for Midvale City and the nearby communities long-term, as it would further permanently reduce the opportunity for families to come and stay. There is no compelling public interest that would be served by changing the zoning. To the contrary, It would serve to further perpetuate a growing housing imbalance, contributing to increased transiency and the corresponding erosion of community allegiance. The next one is from Ed Summers. I received in the mail a notice of public hearing concerning the Midvale Mills project at approximately 300 East, 8000 South. My property borders the back part of this planned community, and I have some comments that I would like to bring up for the public meeting. My address is 239 East, 8135 South. I have attended the previous public hearings for this land and was surprised that the rezoning request has been made again using the same site plan as before without addressing any of the previous concerns from the past hearings. I have lived in this community for the past 7 years. One of the driving factors from my family to move here was the ability to have a decent sized lot within the heart of the valley. This has provided an ideal environment to raise my young family. How does rezoning this property benefit our community as a whole? I think it detracts from the inherent beauty of this area and may adversely affect the existing residents. Other developers have been able to successfully build here within the current zoning guidelines, Tap Lane and Larson Cove being 2 examples. I'm not opposed to development and believe the developer can make good use of this land that will both be economical and boost to the community. However, I am opposed to rezoning to allow higher density, which will only benefit the developer and not the community as a whole. Next is from Spencer Updike. I hope you are doing well. I would like to add the comments for the October 20th, 2020 meeting. I would like to keep my comments brief because this decision was already made by the City Council last December. At that meeting, Mr. Nash was told to reconstruct his proposal because the council decided they didn't want the south side of 8000 South to include multifamily residential. Mr. Nash has now come out with the current proposal, which includes multifamily residential on the south side. Why are we using this time to make a decision that was already decided? It reminds me how Mr. Nash at last year's City Council meeting made several promises about what he would do, but wasn't willing to put those promises on paper. The City Council had to remind him at that time that things don't work that way. In addition, Mr. Nash has stated that he can't attract people to luxury housing in this area, but Tap Lane and 8135 South show that this is completely untrue. Shown by the way he refused to redo his proposal in a way that the City Council already instructed, Mr. Nash is obviously willing to say anything to get his proposal to pass, rather than do what is best for the area. Please, City Council, do what you know is best for the area as you already decided last December. Next is from David Hale. I would like again to state my opposition to the proposed rezoning for the Midvale Mills site plan. A portion of my comments from the previous meeting with the Planning Committee are still valid and are included here. As a homeowner whose property will border the proposed Midvale Mills project, I'm emailing to express my opposition to the proposed rezoning. I understand the need for development, and in fact, my family and I have been the beneficiaries of building on a former piece of agricultural land. However, we worked with the city and with the developers to ensure our community would have larger lot sizes and would not be filled with high or medium density housing. The property in question should follow suit. It should be developed in a way that meets the current zoning. The surrounding area is filled with high and medium density developments that are already stressing the road and traffic capacity. Larger lots and larger homes would mean less traffic, but more community involvement. Having offerings for people to build and stay for the long term means a greater sense of care and commitment. There's absolutely a place for all kinds of development. However, in this case, the land has already been zoned correctly, and moving forward with the proposed change would be detrimental to the community. To add to my previous comments, I am disappointed to, once again, see this proposal in front of the City Council with very few changes. Through the ardent opposition expressed by the community in the planning meeting and by the previous comments made by the City Council, it has been made abundantly clear that this piece of land should be developed in a way that maintains the current SF1AO zoning direct designation. The proposed reduction of 6 homes does not meet the needs or alleviate the concerns of the community. There is no need to change the zoning in order to develop the land. A wonderful neighborhood could be built while maintaining the current zoning, as has been evidenced by the adjacent neighborhoods of Larson Cove and Tap Lane. Midvale City Council, please protect the integrity of our community by protecting the current zoning. Please vote no to the proposed rezoning and master plan. I have a few more. This is from Tyler Wright. I have a couple of concerns regarding the density of the development at the proposed rezoning at 300 East, 8000 South. I am concerned that number one, I am concerned that the adequate traffic impact study could not have been completed, as the one that was completed prior to the development being submitted to the Planning Commission meeting was done during the early stages of the pandemic and lockdowns. I find it unlikely that the results of any traffic study in the last 8 months could be valid, since schools in the area were closed for most of the time and only have about 60% attendance since they resumed in August. Many people were, and some still are, working from home, and others in the neighborhood have been out of work. Although the street may appear to be underutilized a good portion of the day, it is really busy during rush hour and during school opening and closing times. There have been multiple auto pedestrian accidents in the vicinity, including a fatality. Pre-pandemic, there were times where the end of 8000 South, as it approaches State Street, gets so backed up, it crosses the tracks line, creating a dangerous situation. Adding more cars to the area will not help that. Number two, the density of the development will likely cause parking problems. Meeting minimum parking requirements does not address parking needs, as we can see in the smaller dense developments north of 8000 South have cars spilling over on parking. The latest rage in our area, spilling over on to 8000 South all the time. Narrow private roads with houses crammed together and townhomes leave little room for parking. The latest rage in our area is for rental companies to buy homes in the area and rent them out to multiple groups or groups of 6 to 8 young adults, bringing all sorts of vehicles parking along the roads. What has to be done to limit or address this in the new development? I see it being a problem for snow removal and a potential safety hazard, with views obstructed for turning vehicles due to parking along the narrow roads. The current neighborhoods are not as tightly packed and have wider roads. New residents may struggle trying to find adequate parking. A less dense development would be more resident friendly and minimize traffic impacts to the existing community than the current proposal does. Yours sincerely, Tyler Wright, and he lives at 322 Eagle Brook Drive. Next is from Ronald Briggs. I'm writing to voice my opposition to the proposed rezoning of 12.61 acres located at 300 East and 8000 South from single-family residential with agricultural overlay, SF1AO, to multifamily residential medium density, RM12, as stated in section 17-1-1, paragraph F of the Midvale zoning ordinance. One intent of the zoning ordinance is to, I quote, preserve the character and stability of neighborhoods and conserve property values by encouraging the most appropriate uses of land within zoning districts, end quote. With the exception of the Hillcrest Care Center, the properties on the south of 8000 South in the area adjacent to the subject property are single-family homes, placing this proposed development on 122 units with a density of 9.67 units per acre, in my opinion, will not, quote, preserve the character and stability of these neighborhoods and conserve property values, end quote. To effect this proposed development, an area that has long been zoned for single-family homes and is located within established neighborhoods of single-family homes must be rezoned for multi-family medium density. The benefits from this proposed rezoning and development will primarily go to the developer in increased profits from selling more units, and to the city of Midvale in increased property taxes. But are these benefits fair to the owners of the single-family homes in the immediate area? I believe it is not. I also question if 300 East is capable of handling the additional traffic this proposed development will generate. It is unfortunate that a large percentage of existing single-family homes that I believe will be adversely affected by the proposed development are actually located in Sandy, yet the decision will be made by Midvale City Council, a group that the people of Sandy did not vote into office. But I will put a question to the members of the Midvale City Council who live in single-family neighborhoods. Would you like it if your neighborhood of single-family homes were impacted by a higher density development next door to you? I urge the members of the Midvale City Council to consider the potential negative impact this proposed development will have on long-established neighborhoods and deny this request for rezoning. Thank you for your consideration. Ronald Briggs, he lives at 319 Eagle Brook Drive in Sandy. This one's from Christopher and Callie Ashby. They live at 183 East, 8135 South. The Larson Cove HOA is a group of 20 homeowners and Midvale citizens whose properties are directly adjacent to the proposed Midvale Mills project. Individually and collectively, we have made a strong commitment to preserving this community, this part of the community, as a place where people can come, put down roots, and raise their families. The residents of our neighborhood are extremely active in, I feel like we've read this, in and supportive of local civic, academic, religious, and other community causes. More than half of our residents have relocated from another house, townhome, or condominium with a few block radius because we have chosen to stay and contribute long-term. Many have been here for decades. We find it disappointing that neither the current property owner nor the would-be developer has reached out to share their vision or invite any collaboration from neighbors, stakeholders who generally care about the interest of the community. It's also unsettling to see in the site plan a nonsensical component of the proposed development which juts out purposely through our neighborhood and would have a direct adverse impact on 5 of our homes. Suffice it to say that we are strongly opposed to our city changing the zoning of the subject property from its current status as single-family residential with agricultural overlay to multifamily residential medium density. There exists a preponderance of multifamily housing all around the area, with more being added constantly, while land for single-family homes with reasonable size lots are becoming more and more scarce. While a change of zoning may serve the short-term interest of an outside developer, it would be detrimental for the people of Midvale City long-term, as it would further permanently reduce the opportunity for a family to come and stay. In our view, there is no compelling public interest that would be served by changing the rezoning. To the contrary, it would serve to further perpetuate a growing housing imbalance, contributing to increased transiency and the corresponding erosion of community allegiance. The next one is from Jacob Sharkey. My wife and I received notice of the upcoming hearing on 10/20/20 at 7 p.m. regarding the rezone. Our sentiments have not changed from the last meeting. We object to the rezoning of the area around 8,000 South. This rezoning would present financial gain for the parties that collect taxes and the developer and property owner. The current residents of the area would feel the negative impacts of higher density, but at no benefit. Please review my previous comments as well. I'm available by phone and would like to discuss this further. That's from Jacob Sharkey. And then his previous comments were, my name is Jacob Sharkey and I live at 8048 South Tap Lane, and my wife Audrey Sharkey and I object to the current proposed rezoning to multifamily at this and any time in the near future. As a parent, the increase of residents increases traffic patterns, which potentially increases potential for more accidents, a potential increase in crime, wear and tear on our roads, and could have negative effects on education if the classrooms grew even larger than they already are. We moved to this area from West Jordan because it was primarily families and older residents that offered our family insulation from the growing multifamily residences. Since there has been a large increase along nearby State Street, and that is already too much for our liking. And that is the last one, I think, except for Alex. Did you receive 2 from Mr. Neubauer?
Yeah, there's in the packet I sent out, there's one right before Mr. Sharkey's.
Yeah, I'll read that one. Thank you.
And then there was one other one at the top of that list that got missed from Brenda Tapp.
Okay, can you read that one when I'm done with this one?
Yes.
Thank you. I own and live at the northeast corner of 240 East and 8,000 South, near the entrance to the proposed development requesting. I have been a resident of Midvale for 15 plus years and a commercial developer for many of my 50 years in business. I welcome the city's continuing efforts to foster stable and enhancing redevelopment. I supported the original plans to redevelop this acreage with single-family homes. While it might have added some further traffic congestion along 8000 South, the development could have been an enhancement to the area and the city's tax base. The same cannot be said for the multifamily development now triggering this rezoning petition. I oppose this rezoning petition. I understand that the developer will realize a greater return on his or her investment by developing multifamily instead of single family. Moreover, it may contribute to a greater return to the city's tax base. But from the city's broader quality of life vision and from most residents' perspectives, this cannot contribute to the same enhancement that the original proposal would have, nor can it contribute to enough to warrant the approval of the rezoning petition. In particular, a multifamily medium density development would only exacerbate existing traffic congestion and dangers along 8000 South. The city has already approved a number of new commercial and multifamily developments in recent years that have increased density and traffic along 8000 South. In doing so, it has added dangers for residents, children going to Union Middle School nearby, and vehicular traffic. It is already dangerous, for example, to attempt to exit White Pines across the street from the proposed rezoning development, given the traffic flow and vision difficulty from parked cars. Moreover, there is already a dearth of parking along the street. While the developer may contend that the increased parking needs will be absorbed when the development and not along 8000 South or in developments like White Pines, in reality, this never happens. It is already a problem due to a lack of internal parking for guests in White Pines and other newer developments between 100 and 400 East. I see this rezoning petition and the ensuing redevelopment as only adding to those current dangers. Again, I oppose this rezoning petition and pray for your unanimous rejection of it. Thank you for your consideration. John Neubauer. And then you could go on with the last one, Alex.
Yes. Okay. This is from Brenda and Rick Tapp, that is. And they say, our names are Rick and Brenda Tapp. We live on Tapp Lane. One of our concern is 8000 South has become a parking lot with what has been allowed already. So if the city could allow parking only on the north or south side and have the other side for a bike walking lane, because bringing so many units in one area, this would make it safer and the traffic flow better. Another concern is the parking in the townhouse area. The street lane is only 24 feet on 4 of the cross sections and 26 feet on the through street, in which there would be no parking, like our lane, which is also 24 feet. And there's only 24 stalls for overflow parking, in which now for more parking, this brings more parking out onto 300 East. Please, Midvale City Council, consider Mr. Nash to provide additional parking for this project. And one more thing, upon looking at the layout provided, are the single family homes being built under the normal building setbacks, 8 feet on each side, 20 feet on front, and 25 in back? I hope you are holding the same standards we have and create a beautiful neighborhood, not packed housing. Thank you, Rick and Brenda Tapp. That is all the comments I've received on this project. I haven't seen any more come in since we started reading them out.
Thank you, Alex and Laura. Alex, real quick on that last one that you just read on the setbacks. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so I actually had another person ask me that same question in a comment or in a message that they didn't ask to be read to the council. And the answer is master plan developments aren't subject to the same standard setback requirements. They will need to meet building code requirements, and then we've defined some minimum setbacks that are specific to this project that are in the neighborhood of 20 feet on the front and rear and 5 feet on the sides. It's going to vary based on lot, because as you can see on the plan, there's some that are shallower and some that are deeper. They'll be a little smaller than typical. They'll be more in line with what we see on the SF2 zone than in the SF1 zone, but they are consistent at least within this project.
All right, thank you.
And I don't personally agree with the opinion that a 25-foot front setback is ideal. I like neighborhoods where, especially ones that are sort of secluded with private roads, where the homes are sometimes a little bit closer towards the front of the street. I think it builds a community. You know, if someone's sitting on their front porch and walking down the street, you're more likely to talk to your neighbor if it's closer than further back. I don't necessarily agree that doesn't build a community. In some ways, I think it does the opposite. That's my 2 cents on the setback. But I've talked to you guys about that before.
Okay. Well, let's get the applicant's comments, and if you want to respond to any of those public comments, and then also what you expressed earlier about the townhome portion of the project.
Good evening. This is Adam Nash, owner of Land Development LLC, owner of the properties there on 80th South, in conjunction with the Mountain View Church. We're making this application. I guess a couple of things I would like to say just in general. Everything that we say has to be documented and has to have a source behind it. And oftentimes the people that are in objection, they make unfounded remarks. And I'm not really trying to point at anybody. I'm just trying to kind of level the playing field. A lot of the claims that were being made are not correct. The people that are in that Larson Cove subdivision, all of the lots that are south of them are all 0.10 to 0.12 acres. So they're only painting you part of the picture when they say that their lots are big and then ours will be small. Ours will be bigger than theirs on the other side. Anyway, just some inconsistencies. To address one thing that kind of in a derogatory way, they kept on referring to this piece of property that goes through their backyards. First of all, the property's ours and we own it. And if it's going through their backyards, then they must not have a fence up. But regardless, it's our property. And if we want to have a trail going out, that actually fits with the city standards, ideally, of connecting footpaths and bikes so that you're not always having to go out to a main road to get around. So much for those things. I'm somewhat complaining that way, but the project that we're proposing now is it's a wonderful project. It's single family residential. It would be in the R112 zone so that we can do it as a master plan community with a HOA controlling it. We will enter into a development agreement with the city, as well as large scale master plan guidelines and small scale with each of the phases as they go through. We've been listening to the community for some time and trying to figure out what we can do to, listen to the community, address their concerns, and still, we own the property. We want to develop it. And I think that the main point of contention has been the multifamily residential, specifically the townhouses to the east of 300 East where the actual church itself sits. And so the conclusion that I have drawn is that I actually want to withdraw that portion of the application and not have any townhomes in our project. So it would leave the project boundary, everything west of 300 East Street, and it would all be single family residential on small lots. And we will withdraw the townhome portion of our application. And I think, that may address the bulk of the complaints and the concerns. And we've listened to the community, and I really think that that's been particularly the hot spot. So we want to, keep peace in the neighborhood. The church definitely wants to not leave in any kind of a bad undertone, but they do also want to be able to experience the benefits of them having owned their property for roughly 60 years. So our commitments to the community are that, we will build it as per the plans. We won't build the townhomes. We'll withdraw them from the community, and then we'll work through a development agreement with the staff that addresses everyone's requirements, and we'll build per that plan. The homes that are planned are excellent homes. Not everybody wants a big sprawling lot, but they do want a nice lot, and they do like the idea of having an HOA come by once a week and mow their grass for them and trim their lots. I think that's the bulk of the items I wanted to address today, and the main one being the commitment to go forward without the townhomes. I'm available to answer any questions, or I probably spoke as long as I need to.
Adam, I have a quick question for you. You
Yes,
sort of compared it to that Cove property where you said the lot sizes are going to be like the same size or even larger than, or yours are going to be larger than some of those Cove properties, like you said.
No.
Are the home sizes also going to be around their size or not? Like, because are you trying to draw the comparison that it's kind of a continuation of what's already there, or are these going to be smaller homes? I'm trying to
Sure.
see. Yeah.
Larson Cove is kind of unique. It's about 20 properties. It's on a private street, but you wouldn't know it driving through. It's built to regular standards, but the properties I was discussing are adjacent to them to the south. They're 0.10 specifically, which are 4,200 square foot lots. I was just pointing out that there is this type of lot in the community now. The homes that will be built on the lots in Midvale Mills will be significant. They'll be 3,000, 3,500 square foot homes, 2-car garage, 2-car parking out in front. Typically, we don't have parking problems in the communities where that kind of parking ratio is being met. I think we're exceeding the parking requirement, by the way, of almost 70% greater than what is required. So we're addressing parking the best we can as well. And so long and short of your question was, they will be better homes, and they'll be a better looking project because they'll be under the control of an HOA.
Thank you.
Adam, I just wanted to say thank you for taking the concerns of the surrounding neighbors into consideration. Listening to the myriad of comments Laura and Alex read, I mean, you can tell the theme that was in most of them was, and I'm not going to comment on my theories of this, but just that home ownership, single family home ownership strengthens the community. That seems to be what a lot of people were saying. So if that's all we have in this project, I think that alleviates 90% of what was mentioned in the comments that were read. There's some other things, like as you mentioned, the trail going in the backyard, that probably is just some misinformation or just looking at site plan differently. But if we're left with a project of single family homes in this area, I think that you've addressed 90% or more of the concerns of the council and the community. So thank you for doing that.
Oh, you're welcome, and happy to do it.
Adam, this is Councilmember Sperry. When you came before us a little under a year ago, we voted down the project that you had proposed at that point. And my recollection is what we told you is we want single family homes in this area. And we even said that, if it wasn't going to fit with an SF1, that we would consider changing the zoning so that you could put some of those homes a little bit closer, but still allow it to be single family homes. And that that seems to be what you've come back with the proposal, especially now that you've withdrawn the townhomes on the church property, that it's exactly what we had said we wanted to see proposed in this area. and I had one of the other questions too that you already answered, was what was going to be the lot size and the estimated square footage. And when you're saying it's going to be, 3,000 to 3,500 square feet, I mean, that's a sizable home that I think, some of the other concerns that were expressed by people of these are just going to be, well, I mean, you heard it, rental properties or whatever it's going to be, or transient, or bring in the quality of people that they don't want in the neighborhood. I don't know that I believe those comments either. I mean, that with that size of the home that you're going to bring, the hope is that you're bringing in people that want to be there for a long time, and it is established, and they want to make it a home for many years and raise their family there. So I think it can bring some stability to this area. I like it. The concern that we have, and I think many of the people expressed it when they saw that it was being a request for a rezone to RM12. The concern that many of us have as the council is, well, I guess I shouldn't speak for the others. This is in my experience of being on the council. The concern is if we grant the request for the rezone, there's always the opportunity that you can then change it to fully build to the extent of that rezone, the RM12, which is where the development agreement comes into play. Where we can do the development agreement with you, and it's basically binding you to what we put in there with the proposal of what you've got proposed here of requiring the single family homes, because it is in that large scale master plan.
Right.
So, that is something that we're looking at. We have discussed before of doing that, and one of the options is we can table this decision while we work on that development agreement so that it's in place if we do approve it in the future. One other thing that kept coming up was the parking on 80th South, and you just mentioned that the homes that you have proposed would be a 2-car garage with a driveway of 2 cars. So 4 cars. Thinking of the parking issues on 80th South, Alex, I guess this is a question for you. Can we have our city engineer or somebody else go and look at the issues on 80th South and make sure that proper sight lines are there as people are exiting those neighborhoods? And if we have to paint some of the curbs red to ensure that the proper sight lines are there, can we do that?
We can. I was out there earlier this afternoon, actually, and that many of the intersections are already painted red. Okay. And then so it might be worth going through there and repainting some of those sections. There was at least one I saw that was kind of faded, and maybe expanding them a little bit so that they're pulling away from the intersection a little further. The other thing that might be worth doing is painting some areas near existing driveway intersections. I did notice there were many cars parked right at the edge of a driveway, not blocking it, but also leaving no room for visibility around it. So perhaps we could look at expanding that. And then finally, we'd need just some traffic enforcement out there to make sure that those parking requirements are maintained, which would be a conversation we can have with Public Works and Unified Police. Matt, were you going to add something?
I think you got it.
Okay. Laura, did we happen to get any more public comments during the time that Mr. Nash was speaking?
No, we did not.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council members or staff at this time?
If I could add something, Mayor Pro Tem, on the, I'm going to share my screen really quick again. So this is the area that folks were concerned about, a path running through multiple neighbors' yards. So the boundary lines shown on here are from the county recorder's information. So this property is the church's property currently. You can see it does extend all the way down to 150 East over by the tracks line. the large scale master plan does show a path coming through here, making that connection, which, as Mr. Nash mentioned, is something that we like to see in the large scale and small scale master plan developments. Several of these neighbors have reached out to me individually to say that they're concerned about that. I've told them basically the same thing that Mr. Nash mentioned, which is, as far as we can tell, that's his property, and the fact that they've put fence lines over it or incorporated it into their yard doesn't necessarily mean that it's theirs to keep forever. That might be a discussion that's worth having between Mr. Nash and those property owners about if there's an opportunity to maybe remove that from the project area. But as far as we're concerned at the staff level, we're anticipating that that continues to remain involved until the church or Mr. Nash no longer has control of it. I just want to make sure that was clear. It's not a boundary discrepancy so much as some fence lines have been built over property that doesn't belong to adjacent owners.
Yeah, we have a survey and title reports that we're positive that that property is ours. And, you know, it's significant. It's an 18-foot wide piece of property. And we plan to also use it for underground utilities. And so, you know, it's not always perfect for everybody, but when you have trails through a community, they might impose on the people that the trail goes by, but those people can walk on the trail as well. You know, this isn't a, you know, an exclusive gated type deal. You know, and that's one of the city's things that they want to work on, is this ability to bike and walk through the community. And so we're happy to participate in that. And we've done it in other communities and it works out rather well. Also, our HOA will take care of it. So it's not like there'll be a trail, you know, through a bunch of weeds that no one ever cleans up.
So the idea that being that was the frontage to the road for that property, is that why there's that, you know, or was it for utility access? It is kind of goofy that there's that strip, but you know, is that if you wanted to build a long driveway to that road, is that why that exists, or is it just how
it's historical because this was agricultural. As the property was being sold off in smaller pieces, they needed to have that 18 feet so they could get their tractors and stuff up and down off the roads. And so they always maintained that. Also, it would have left one or two of the properties would have been landlocked.
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, got it.
So that was kind of an issue as well.
I guess I just have one question moving forward. The only concern I really have is we hear this again, that the public has an opportunity to comment again on the change because the change wasn't there before tonight. So I would like to hear after this proposal comes back again that we actually get public comment on it before I vote on it.
We can do that. We can notice it as another public hearing. You might want to ask Lisa the best way to make that motion, just so that it's clear in the record what we're doing.
I think in our next meeting, we could just vote as a council to open the discussion for public comments. We've done that a few times in the past.
Yeah, but you would need to, Councilmember Glover, are you wanting it noticed up as a public hearing then?
Well, I think we need to, just because of the fact this project is changing. And so hopefully the public will comment on the changes and if they like it or they don't like it. So I think it has to be noticed, just because how will they know that they have the right to be able to see the new project, what the new maps are and what everything is. That's the only way they can really comment on to us, because if I'm going to make a decision and I'm going to vote on this, I want to hear the public comment on the project that is actually being proposed, not one that has just been changed.
Yeah, I mean, because you're essentially saying that this is a new project and that you need new public comment on it.
That's correct.
Right, that's what you're saying. Well, I think you just instruct, so you're going to move to table it. If you move to table it, then just make a motion in your motion to instruct the staff to renotice this up for a public hearing.
That would be my recommendation.
And
Well,
since that's what I said an hour ago, I agree. That's what we should do.
I mean, if I'm understanding this, by him withdrawing the townhomes on the church property, the rest of the project would be staying the same as it's currently proposed, right?
That's
And
correct.
if it's coming before us, before, we're not dealing with the church property right now. That is in the future, not part of this rezone application is what it is, right? So
That's right. The city attorney could probably answer one of the questions that was brought up earlier as well. There's state statute and things that have to be respected and apply. For instance, when an application's made, I think you only have 21 to 28 days for the city to have to hear the application. So it's not necessarily an arbitrary thing where you can say, well, we don't want to have the hearing right now because there's been some changes. And so there's some things there that you just have to be aware of. But I think past that, you guys, and us, we can make sure that the public's well versed on what's going on, knows when hearings are. Alex will tell you too, we can post the property. We can put up a nice sign with a, representation of the project and put right on it when the hearing date is. And that's not uncommon. So
Right, and you're changing though, I mean, you're withdrawing a portion of your application, essentially making another one.
That's correct.
And so I don't, so the time, I mean, we're not under the same time limit as because of the application change essentially.
That
would be my position.
Absolutely. And we actually might get a few people that say that they're kind of happy about the change.
Right.
I would hope.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just got an email from one of the commenters that indicated I misunderstood their earlier message and they would like their comment read. Since we still have the public hearing open, do you mind if I read that real quick?
go ahead.
Okay, this is from Christian Bletzacker. He says, I live on Tap Lane. My question/comment on the Midvale Mills development is, are the single family homes going to be built under the normal building setbacks? For example, 8 feet on each side and 20 and 25 feet front and back. If the answer is yes, I'm fine with the project knowing building is inevitable. If the answer is no, why are we continually giving developers special rules and exceptions? I understand building will happen. I just hope we hold them to the same standards we have and create a beautiful neighborhood, not a condensed pack of homes one after another. Thank you for your time, Christian Bletzacker. And I'll send that message out with an updated set of comments after we finish this public hearing.
And I think you answered that already, that it's not matching the SF1 setbacks, but it is similar to the SF2 setbacks, right?
That is correct.
All right, so it still meets the single family setbacks. Okay. Any other further comments, questions from the council? If not, then we'll have I'll ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion second. All in favor, say in the answer in the affirmative.
Aye.
Yes.
aye.
Any against? Okay, motion passes. Now we do need a motion on this, right? Whether to adopt the application, although it's been semi-withdrawn, or to table it. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, we don't have an ordinance for the rezone, which is necessary to formalize it. And that's why I have the recommendation to table.
Okay.
Oh, so this recommended motion would do what we just talked about then?
Mm-hmm. Minus the renoticing part, which would need to be added.
Oh, I'll let Dustin do this then.
I'll
I'll
let
let
Dustin do this then.
Dustin do this then.
Mayor Pro Tem, I
What?
My ad libbing is terrible. We have on record, but you wanted to add, or was it Glover that wanted to add the
Wanted to add with direction to city staff to renotice.
I'll just talk for an hour if I ad lib.
Is that what you wanted? Motion to table with the direction to city staff to public notice the proposal. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, to be honest, I didn't want to make the motion because I don't think that we should table the decision. However, I move that we table a decision on the requested rezone until a development agreement for the Midvale Mills project can be prepared for council consideration, and add direction to the city staff to republic notice the proposal once that development agreement is reached.
The motion, do we have a second?
Second.
The motion is second. All in favor, answer in the affirmative.
We need to vote on this one. Sorry, Quinn.
Go ahead, Lori. Roll call.
Councilmember Sperry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
and Gettle.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion to table passes. Okay. Give me just a second to get.
I think don't we normally ask before we vote if anyone has any other comments on the council, because we closed it. I don't know if that's procedurally required or not, but I feel like we didn't ask that question.
I did not ask that question. Would you like to make your comments now?
Well, Dustin brought up that he might not have wanted to do that, but I was not aware of that because we didn't have that discussion. So I don't know if Dustin needed to say anything else, or Councilmember Gettle, sorry.
Well, I think it goes to the comments that he made earlier.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because of the commenting, but I felt like he might have had something else to say. That's all.
My only issue is, I mean, we're tabling rezone. Alex laid out the reasons for the rezone, whether or not this project should ever go forward. The rezone was laid out in a way that, I mean, you know, we could make a decision on rezoning this area since it's been before us. But that would have been my only other comment. You know, we have enough information, I think, to determine whether a rezone is required or necessary or prudent for this area. But moving on.
I see your point there, Dustin. I think the issue with adopting the rezone right now is always the chance that once it's rezoned, the developer could come back with a plan and go max it out to that high density. So we could do that, but in order to have some security for us that it stays at a single family is where we have the development agreement in place that's there, and then we have the opportunity to vote on the rezone. So that if we are rezoning it, that it's still locked in on the single family home, except for, I mean, I know there's a time period where if they don't develop it for so many years, then they could change that. But I think that's the security that we want in this situation. So, okay, with that being said, we now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent agenda, to consider minutes of our October 6th, 2020 meeting, and also to set a date and time of November 10th, 2020 at 7 p.m. for a public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the fiscal year 2021 budget in the general fund and other funds as necessary. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Rory, roll call vote.
Councilmember Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
and Sperry.
Aye. Okay, the next item is an action item to consider ordinance 2020-018 to enact Midvale Municipal Code Section 3.02.075, the CARES Act expenditures. Lisa.
Yes. So as you all know, that on March 27th of 2020, The Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act, commonly known as the CARES Act, was signed into law. This act provided funds to state and local governments to cover costs that followed very specific criteria. One, that necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease or the COVID-19, or two, that these expenditures were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27th. And three, that these expenditures were incurred during the period that begins from March 1 of 2020 and ends December 30th of 2020. From these funds, Midvale received $1,987,354 under the CARES Act. So as a result of COVID-19, the city has taken necessary steps to protect the staff, members of the public, and initially these included encouraging staff to telecommute, providing personal protective equipment for employees, hosting, and then obviously doing the public meetings electronically. As it has continued, city staff has identified additional needs that would facilitate the continued protection and improved service for the city and its residents. Some of these, as you know, like the small business loans, an emergency tree maintenance, a cloud-based telephone system, these have already been completed or in the process of being completed. Midvale has spent approximately $99,500 of the CARES Act funds that we have received. So, and an additional $714,000 has been earmarked for 18 different projects that we hope to complete by the end of the year. There are about 12 additional COVID-19 related needs that we've identified as city staff. But with the deadline of December 30th, it's unlikely that we would be able to get to fulfill those needs and comply with our procurement requirements. So under our procurement code, any expenditures over $25,000 is required to go through a formal bidding process. And that means that we would have to prepare a request for proposal or a request for bid and put it out for bid, receive those bids, and go through the formal bidding process. This process typically takes about 2 months. With December 30th as the deadline, we wouldn't be able to get these projects out for bid in time to get them implemented and receive these funds. So due to these unique circumstances, we're requesting the City Council to adopt Section 3.02.075 entitled the CARES Act expenditures in order to expedite the procurement of these projects and by allowing CARES Act funded projects to go through an informal bidding process rather than the formal bidding process. This process would still be competitive. We would still have to get 3 bids, but it wouldn't be the formal bidding process that is usually required for expenditures of this amount. What we would have is that we would get the department head and the procurement officer would identify the responsive bidder, and all of the requirements of the city procurement code would remain in effect, including the ethical and approval requirements of these bids. The fiscal impact is that this would facilitate the city receiving and expending the funds that it received under the CARES Act funds. So we were asking that the City Council suspend the rules and adopt this ordinance and allow the staff to proceed on getting going through the informal bidding process to secure these funds.
Lisa, remind me, who is our procurement officer?
Von Hollinger.
Okay.
And Kane is I mean, he's not the procurement officer, but he is in charge of all procurement items, and he makes all those ultimate determinations. Fawn is under our ordinance, it's Kane. Fawn is his designee, so to speak.
And if we do enact this, we're not in any way, because working in state government, I know how things go with procuring items. It's not always done in the most efficient and effective manner as it is with stricter guidelines. And actually, I think the stricter guidelines make it so that things happen that shouldn't necessarily happen. So maybe easing those would actually make it easier to make smarter decisions about things. So I'll be interested to see where it goes. I do want to make sure, we don't get to a point where, we have like, there was $75,000 we could have used and we ran out of time. So anything we can do to make sure that, make sure that we use all of the money, 1.99 million that was given to us. I don't want to come back on December 3rd and have, $100,000 sitting there still.
Right, exactly. And that's what we are facing as we head into, practically November, right? And Kyle has been spearheading all and kind of been the overseer of all these CARES Act projects. And he stated that he would be happy to inform the council of the projects coming, their expense, and just to keep the council informed as to what is being spent and how the city staff has gone about securing these. I want to say vendors, but I mean just these responsive bidders.
Right. I did want to specifically report to you on any expenditures that were going through this expedited process, just to alleviate any concerns that we're not using these funds in a good way.
So no $30,000 for golden toilet seats at City Hall.
No, and I'm aware of some of the purchasing issues the state had at the beginning of the coronavirus, when they were having those immediate needs and they were having to bypass their own purchasing rules, and it led to some questionable purchases. We certainly don't want to be in that situation.
We're not going to stockpile hydroxychloroquine at City Hall.
We already have.
And as a sorry,
one
go ahead.
thing we did just found out, just for your information, is that there could be a third tranche of money coming out to the cities. We'll know by the end of October, end of this month, through the county.
I guess my concern has always been is if there's any ongoing expenses after this for the city, that we make sure we know that. And I think those ought to be, if we do, that this council ought to vote on that, or at least be aware of what we're signing up for.
The current process wouldn't change. I am bringing those to you,
okay,
specifically so you're aware.
And so that's one thing I wanted to make sure is that the only thing that this really allows is for something that would normally have to be put out for bid, that we could treat it as an informal, which is what we would do for an expenditure that's over 25,000. An expenditure over 100,000, for example, still comes to the council. But Kyle is going to talk about with you as they come up, what expenditures are being incurred and any ongoing nature of that and what that expense is. So are there any questions for me about that other than what we've talked about?
Doesn't
No.
look like any questions.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we need an action on this item. So anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we suspend the rules and adopt ordinance 2020-018 to enact Midvale Municipal Code Section 3.02.075 CARES Act expenditures.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Rory, roll call vote.
Yes, Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Sperry,
Aye.
and Glover.
Aye.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a discussion item to discuss the proposed budget amendments for fiscal year 2021 general funds and other funds as necessary. Kyle.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to first confirm I would be okay starting with item B, which is the financial update. It gives a little bit more information before going into the budget amendments, if that's acceptable.
Okay, do we need a motion to change that?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we move discussion item B to take the place of discussion item A.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. Rory, do we need a roll call vote on this, or can we just?
No roll call.
All in favor, answer in the affirmative? Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any against? All right, motion passes. Kyle, go ahead. Let's have the discussion item to provide the first quarter financial update and discuss proposed budget amendments to the fiscal year 2021 general fund and other funds as necessary.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I appreciate that. It'll make the discussion go a little easier. So today I wanted to give you a brief update on our financials for the first quarter, which is through September. So that's 3 months or about 25% of the year. I did put this in the packet, this new report, and then I also did send it out today, but it's the same report between the two. So this report, I've taken a different approach. So normally with the monthly budget reports I'd been sending out, we were just looking at, okay, a certain number of months have passed, we divided by 12, and that was the gauge for how we are doing revenue and expense wise for the city. A new thing I did this year is I split out each budget into monthly totals. So that's useful on certain items that don't necessarily fall into a 1/12 split, like sales tax or water consumption, for example. On the report, if you see a green check, that means we're doing great, we're meeting or exceeding expectations. A red X means we're not meeting expectations or over budget. Each fund is on one page. I thought that'd be easier than trying to thumb through multiple pages to understand overall what's happening in the fund. And as a note, these allocations aren't perfect. They're largely based on how we've spent in the past. And some are very difficult to project. For example, building permits. It's even difficult to go off history of those because you don't know when a major project is going to come in and pay their fees. This is to be used in conjunction with the normal report. So the normal report is on a cash basis, which is good to show the cash flow needs for the city. This one actually accrues revenues to the correct period. So overall in the general fund, our sales tax revenue has been doing very well. As a caveat to that, we've only received 1 month so far because we received the point of sale 2 months 2 months later. So in September, we just received July's. We should be seeing August any day now. They usually report around the 20th at the state. But that's currently above 20% above what I had budgeted for that month. Our licenses and permits are also looking better than I was expecting. A lot of that is due to the road cut fee schedule modifications that were made last year to attempt to align those costs with how much it was actually costing to perform the service. And our road funds are doing much better than we were expecting. So we received our first allocation of our road funds. And that comes every other month. So we get 2 months each time on that. Some things that are not looking so well at the current time. So fines and forfeitures are down almost half of what the initial budget was. And we discussed this during my department update that the number of cases coming into the court have slowed down due to the pandemic. Some other items, so our charges for services, so that's like our development fees. There are also the internal charges to the different funds, like the water fund gets charged for a portion of the general fund's salary that is benefiting them. The reason for this decrease is mostly due to development fees. And as I mentioned at the first, I do these allocations based on history, but development is very hard to project. So it's not a concern at that time that's not meeting expectations. Talking with community development and seeing the projects that are coming through, I think we'll be able to meet our yearly budget. One of the more surprising ones is our franchise taxes are a little low. So that's like our power, our electric franchise tax, gas franchise tax. I was expecting to see increases with those due to the development, especially in Jordan Bluffs. And they've mostly, for the most part, been flat. The only thing I can attribute to that is newer developments have much more efficient appliances and insulation, so their bills are lower than say a home built in the 70s or the 80s. Another surprising one that we'll get to that I don't really have an explanation for is our other taxes. Normally our motor vehicle in lieu is pretty straightforward what we'll receive every month. The trends follow pretty well. We've seen since March a dramatic decrease in motor vehicle in lieu. I did contact the county just to see if they had any thoughts other than it's down county-wide. My thoughts are with more people telecommuting, they might be waiting to register additional vehicles that they have, or it is pretty difficult right now to get into the DMV to get that renewed. And just as an important note, some of these taxes, such as sales tax, our municipal telecom tax and transient room, we receive those 2 months after they received a point of sale. So this report only has 1 month of those actuals. Looking more at the expenditure side, overall, we're about 10% below where I would expect us to be in the general fund. Some of those are personnel and operating. The personnel is important because I make some assumptions on overtime, for example, when it's difficult to project when overtime will actually be used. Some other reasons why we're under budget, not necessarily employee turnover because we haven't had a huge amount of that, but insurance changes. When I do the budget projections for personnel during our budget season, I'm making the assumption that employees stay on their current insurance plan. So if they're on single or double, for example, and they go to family, that does have an effect on the budget, and it's vice versa. If you go from a family to a single or a double, it would affect that. Just as a note, just because we're underspent right now doesn't mean we're going to have guaranteed year-end budget savings. As I said, this is all just based off of an allocation I've created. Some of the other funds, and some of these I might go through quickly, but I will just give you a broad overview. So the redevelopment agency, as you probably know, the majority of their revenue is property tax, and the majority of their expenses are debt service on the bonds for development infrastructure, and then also they have development agreements. We don't start seeing property tax until December, with the final amount coming in December. Same, they don't pay out on those development agreements until we receive the property tax, which is a good way to go. Right now, the miscellaneous revenues are under budget, and this is a recurring theme through most of the funds, is that miscellaneous revenues, mostly interest income, which has dropped significantly since I created the budget back in February. There's been, rate drops by the Federal Reserve to try to stimulate the economy. The fortunate thing with that, and this is fund wide, is it's not a significant portion of revenue for any of the funds. And for the most part, we aren't budgeting major projects with interest income. So while it's a concern, it's not a major concern. The water fund, so our user fees are about 2% above budget. And then again, the miscellaneous is below, and that's mainly due to interest income and then connection fees. And those don't, as you know, they don't come on a regular basis. They come when development occurs. And our operating and personnel is below expectations, and then our capital projects is over budget. That's largely due to projects that we budgeted last fiscal year that we'll need to do a carryover over, and we're going to go through those tonight. Sewers, fairly similar. So charges for services have been above expectations, largely due to new connections. Miscellaneous is under budget, once again, from interest income and then those connection fees. And capital projects are over budget, largely due to needing those carryovers. Stormwater, the same thing. We're doing great on our charges for services. Our miscellaneous is below projections, again, largely due to interest. I did want to note the personnel is slightly over budget, and that's just due to an employee making an insurance change, but it's not a significant amount. Our sanitation fund is about 3% below where I was expecting us to be on revenues and 10% below on revenues. I don't have a good explanation on the charges for services. I need to do a little bit more research. August and September looked great, and July was a little low, and normally you would expect that to be fairly even due to the revenue stream that's coming in. And then our miscellaneous is also below budget, and that's mainly due to service charges. So that's interest, the interest charges we charge on late bills. And then also dumpster rentals are under what I was expecting. But on the flip side, since we need revenues to equal expenses in sanitation, the personnel and operating expenses are below budget. So it's not a concern for this fund at this time. Our street lighting fund is doing great. So we're a little bit above on revenues. Miscellaneous income is lower again, same recurring themes. And our personnel and operating expenses are below budget. So the main one for the street lighting fund and the operating is electricity, and then the debt service payment to the MBA for the street light project. So I didn't include every fund since the telecommunications, that's largely just debt service, and that's a transfer from the general fund. And then fleet and IT looked good, so I didn't include those in the report to save a little bit of time. So the main takeaways is our sales tax is looking better than we were expecting. And our overall revenues are a little bit higher than budgeted expectations. I put within budgeted expectations because it's just a little bit above. To give you an idea on the interest revenue, so these are what we get out of the state pool where we invest most of our funds that come in. So in March 2020, when the pandemic began, the interest rate we were getting is 1.66%, and that has dropped in September to 0.55%. And then overall expenses are in budgeted expectations. So that's it for the update. Unless there's any questions, I was planning on moving into the budget amendment and revenue update discussion. Okay, so I'll move forward. And of course, please stop me if you have any questions or I'm going too fast. Sometimes when I get talking about the budget, I get excited and just go off on it. So, starting with sales tax, looking from March to July, our actual deposits, so that's what we actually receive in our bank account, has been up 4%. We also look at another metric, which is sales tax filings. And so that looks at the actual period the taxpayer files in. Why there might be a difference between the deposit and sales tax filings is sometimes a taxpayer will file late. On the flip side, sometimes due to the way the tax commission does their cutoff when they're determining what our deposit's going to be, they can actually have two filings in the same period, or if they filed late the prior month, we might have two filings come in on 1 month. So we look at both of those metrics to see how we're doing. Of course, the one we usually focus on is the deposit, because that's the actual money in the bank and the revenue we record, but they're both good indicators. So overall deposit's been up 4%, and then we've actually seen an increase in our filings, which is great because it's much better than we were expecting. So looking at where we ended up with sales tax. So this isn't an audited number, this 8.2 million. As I mentioned, we're currently undergoing our audit. They have already audited these numbers, so they should be good to go. But until I actually have an audit report in my head, I don't like to say they're final. So that ended up being about 363,000 above the final budget from last year that I had adjusted. As a point of reference, the beginning budget for our current year is about 7.2 million. And based off of that, I will be recommending a budget amendment increasing that to a little over 7.9 million. As a point of reference, so that's about 713,000 above the beginning balance budget. However, I wanted to make sure we had some cushion in case we have a downturn or sales tax falls. So it is 3% below what we actually received in fiscal year 20, or about 240,000. With that, I do a holistic approach on the revenue. So it's great we're doing well on sales tax, but I do look at the other taxes to determine if the initial revenue projections were on point or not. There's a few you can see in red that I think we need to do adjustments on. I'll be recommending reductions. The first one is our franchise tax. So that's our electric and gas and cables. So for the most part, the utilities, Rocky Mountain Power and Questar, have been flat, and we've been seeing Xfinity had a decrease over the last quarter, which would make sense with more people cord cutting and moving to different services. I initially had projected about $100,000 increase due to the additional growth that we were seeing. I'll be recommending moving that budget back down to where we ended up back in fiscal year 2020, so 2.1 million. And we've discussed this before, but on our telecommunications tax, that's been a tricky one to budget. We've been seeing continual declines year over year with people moving to lower price cell phone plans and family plans where they were able to save money. In addition, residents have been discontinuing use of landlines and going towards cell phones, and that's been happening for a number of years. So we are still seeing revenue decreases. We also, I do every month monitor the detailed remittance file to make sure everyone's remitting that's supposed to be remitting. We have one major taxpayer that stopped remitting in December. I have been in contact with the tax commission and their auditing division. They are still reporting, but for some reason, Midvale dropped off their remittance to the state. So the auditing division of the state is looking into that. I don't see any reason why that wouldn't get resolved, but it would for some reason if it was correct, which I don't see how, but I look at all possibilities. We would need an additional reduction, this 43,000. So as a point of reference, at the end of last year, we ended up at about 235,000, and my recommendation would be to drop that to 227. Another one, oh, sorry.
Excuse me, sorry. I am so sorry to bother you, but are you intending to share your screen?
Is it not shared?
No.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I didn't know how to.
It said it had happened, so I assumed, so I apologize. I'm glad you're still awake, Lisa. Thank you. Okay, so this is probably better. Excuse me. So our motor vehicle has really decreased without a good explanation on why. And we've seen significant reductions ever since March, and it's countywide. So there's a good chance this will recover, but right now I'm recommending decreasing at 15% or about 57,000. And then a positive note for our taxes, our Class C road funds have been looking better than expected. We were expecting a significant drop off during the pandemic, which we did see in March and April, but it has recovered. So the proposal would be to increase that to a little over $1 million. Our actual was 1.07 million last year. And another one we discussed in my department update is our fines and forfeitures. I am recommending almost a $300,000 reduction from 800,000 to a little over 504. And we did go through those reasons during the department update. Down here, I do have a table showing just a continual, I don't want to use the term lack of revenue because the Justice Court is never meant to be a revenue driver, but it is intended to cover its costs, and we've seen decreases month over month for there. So overall, when that's all said and done, with all of the different revenue sources, we do show an overall revenue increase of about 329,000. This shows each category. As you can see, taxes, permits, intergovernmental, which is mostly our Class C, are all showing slight increases. Fines and forfeitures, and then miscellaneous, which is largely interest income, are proposed to decrease, so an overall a 2% change to that. So next is the one I would like some feedback on and have some discussion on. So we have been, as a staff, looking at what options we could possibly use this additional revenue for to meet some needs. One of the ones we have been looking at, and we had mentioned to you as a council and then also to the staff, that we would be looking at a potential employee merit increase. Some of the reasons for this, and Rory can probably explain this better than me, but I have some of the bullet points. So currently we do have an unemployment rate of 5% in the state, which you've probably heard in the news. The national is around 8%. We also looked at what the CPI index increase has been, and it's been about 1.6%. Rory has an HR group that has done a survey of other cities to see what they're planning on doing for merit and COLA increases, if they are implementing them or if they have implemented them. So of the 14 cities that responded, 11 reported that they were passing or intending to pass merit and COLA increases. I did a quick average, and it ended up being about 3.44% on that. From a hiring perspective, because we in finance just went through this, it was surprising to see the lack of applications that we would receive. We had our meter tech position open up shortly after the pandemic and the shutdown hit. We were lucky, we received 13 applications for that position. That doesn't exclude some of the applications we received that they really weren't qualified. A more recent one, so we had a water operator position. We only received 5 applications for that, and Rory had indicated that she had to go out a second time for that. So to us as staff, it's indicating to us that the labor market is tight, and it's still difficult to recruit employees. And I know Glenn, our public works director, has heard or has seen that some of the service districts, like the water service districts, are doing COLA and merit increases, quite substantial ones. So that's a major that's a major competition for his staff. So below here, there is a chart. I did do costing on if we were to do, or if we were to do a 1% to a 4% merit increase. Most of the time, we focus mostly on the general fund because that's the fund that is funded by majority of property taxes and that type of thing, and that's where the majority of our personnel expense comes from. But I did put the other funds on here also. So we would be looking at 1% would be about $29,000 up to $108,000 on that. The amount that we as staff are recommending is a 3%, but of course that's ultimately up to council, and we as staff would love to hear what your thoughts are, or any concerns, or just overall thoughts on that.
Hey, Kyle, thanks for putting all that together. My only concern with this is, number one, when we compare different cities, it's meaningful to know which cities, sometimes we have the spreadsheet of, just saying like this city responded affirmatively and this is what the increase that they approved. Because I think it's just important, if the cities that are doing it are like Riverton, Harriman, Draper, cities with a very different tax fund base than we have. And, cities like Midvale, Murray, South Salt Lake, West Jordan aren't, then that could be.
Kyle, you're still showing your screen.
Oh, okay.
Even though it's in the far minority, those cities might be more, might be more like Midvale than the others that are giving increases.
I apologize for interrupting you, Dustin.
That's okay.
No, thank you. It's been the night of technology issues with me sharing my screen, apparently.
And if you're looking for something, my other question is, it seems like some of the numbers as far as tax revenue, yes, we have more than what we thought, but it seems like some of the numbers are still just a little bit too volatile for my liking. And not knowing what's going to happen next, it's a little, I thought we were going to re-examine pay increases at the beginning of the year. So, it's a little bit before that. It's about halfway between when we passed the original budget and now, and when we said we would readdress the increase. So those are my initial thoughts. I think personally the revenue that we're getting is just a little bit too volatile and unpredictable right now to say, yes, we'll go with a 3% employee increase. From what everyone's saying, if coronavirus gets bad and worse in the winter months, as it's expected to, this might have been a not so wise decision to have made before that. Before we know more about, it could be a projection that is very, very off, but it could also be a projection that's very, very right. And then we wouldn't have made a good decision here today.
I would agree with that. I think we need to wait till at least the first of the year to see how this all plays out to make sure that we're okay. I mean, I'm good if everything works out good. I'm good with a 3%. But I guess the other concern is on the enterprise funds. How are we going to handle that with the money that's coming in there? Are we okay to do that?
Let me address that one. So the revenues are looking better than initially projected in the enterprise funds. And I do believe even if I do adjustments for the interest income shortfalls, we would have the additional revenue to cover that without having to use fund balance.
Well, again, I think we need to wait till at least the first of the year and see where this economy is going to make sure that we're stabilized out, because we haven't got that far into the year yet to really know what's going to happen.
And the other thing, as you mentioned in your presentation, we haven't had turnover, and we just last fiscal year, and I don't know if you were here for that. Yeah, you were, right? So we did a very significant realignment of salaries for a lot of people last year. So, I think we're asking, well, maybe not us personally, but everyone's being told to tighten the belts a little bit. And, we're only halfway into the period of time that we said we'd readdress the issue. So I don't think, we've tightened the belt long enough yet to say we're out of the woods. Here's your 3%.
Kyle, I have a question, or Matt, or I don't know who. If we did wait until January, what is that? 2.5 more months, so, overall, it's not that much of a dollar amount in those 2.5 months. If for some reason we feel in January comfortable with this, can we retroactively pay people the 2.5 months? Right. So, because if the idea is it's at 120, that 3% is $125,000, but if we take 2.5 months out of it, it's not that. If we were to approve it in January, but could we approve that full amount in January and retroactively give everyone,
The answer is yes,
portion?
we could do, this is Kane, the answer is yes, we could do that.
It just as a point of clarification, these numbers assume that the increase would occur in December, so it's not an immediate increase, just as an FYI.
So it'd be like a month. It'd be like a month's worth of salaries.
Correct.
And do you think, Kyle, if we re-examine this in January, we would have, because you're saying everything's kind of on a 2-month backlog of when we get the real numbers. So do you think in January we'd have the valuable enough information we would need to then make a decision? Yes, we can do a 3% retroactive to December.
The more information, the better is always my motto. I wanted to also just give you what I looked at to come up with these projections. So I looked at March when the pandemic started to the last available information I had. So that would be July for sales tax, and those other tax revenues we get 2 months in advance. Most of our franchise tax like Questar and Dominion are a month behind. So a lot, as you mentioned, there is the uncertainty right now. I think if things continue on the path they're continuing on, there won't be major differences in the projections. But as you said, if we go into a partial shutdown or something major happens, certainly there could be changes.
Yeah, I would be comfortable with putting this re-examining this at our very first meeting in January with the caveat that we would consider retroactively putting the 3% in to December 1st. I think that's a fair compromise for some people. And, I don't want to downplay the importance of getting paid more money. We could have employees who this 3% could make every difference in the world. So at the same time, I don't want to string everyone along and say, just wait until January and we will for sure give you a 3% increase. So I just want the employees to know, excuse me, none of us want to be the ones to say no one gets a pay increase this year. We don't want to be the Grinch who stole the holidays. But, we just need to have some more solid data before we can make an informed decision as a council.
And I just want to stress, that retroactive, implies the economy is going well at that point, right? It might make sense to do a 2% increase in January without retroacting it. Or the economy went well enough, we say 3% with red. You know, I don't want to set the tone that that's our goal. I also don't want to set the tone that we're the Grinches. I just want to say, once we get available data, we'll make the best decision we can for our staff. We want to support them. I would like them to have a raise every year. I mean, I have a day job that, you know, I would like to get a raise every year. So I definitely get that. That's why I would like to revisit, hope the economy is going or at least, you know, our city economy is going in the direction that Kyle feels like we definitely can afford it. And even in back pay. That's my position.
I agree with that.
Any other comments before I move on to the carryovers? So we will definitely come back in January and we'll have more data at that point. I'm going to skip the next couple of slides. They dealt with some other uses of the additional revenue, so we'll address that in January.
Sorry, Kyle, can I just make sure though that will you go back to those items? I just want to make sure. So we've got on this list, we've got the merit increase proposal. We have some employee like ladder changes, as well as the creation of a new parks position to help because we have the new Adam Street Park that's going to be coming online that we're going to have to maintain. And then there's some other equipment and other sources. So I just wanted to double check. Are you saying that you want us to try to hold off on any budget adjustments until January, or were you specifically talking about merit increases and that sort of thing? Do I need to ask that question a different way?
Are you asking council?
Yes,
Kyle?
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, council.
Okay.
If you're wanting to postpone, only apply to the merit increases, or if you're willing to entertain a budget amendment at this time for other items.
I was just speaking to the merit increases because that's what was on the PowerPoint at the time. These items, with the exception of the $90,000 full year new position and the $30,000 vehicle, yeah, I guess I don't have any issues with proceeding with them if they're critically necessary for the city at this time.
Hey, Matt, this is Quinn. That lead parks position, I mean, do we need that right now? I've got to think that the winter months is when we're not doing much with the parks, right? So would we be doing that during the winter, or would we want to look at that as more early spring position?
Glenn might have more of an input, but I mean, you're right. If we were to do this, we would be approving it mid-November-ish, and then we'd be going out. So you're right. I mean, we'd be at that point, if we moved it along, we'd be hiring in probably that January timeframe, which is maybe earlier than is needed, but it wouldn't be too much longer after that we would need someone to help get those open spaces sort of ready to go. The open space / parks are an area where we're pretty strapped as far as the number of employees that are working on all of our areas. And so our hope is that we would be able to try to bring some of those, the condition and how we maintain them up to a higher level. And that's why this is important. But to your point, it is something that might be able to go a little later unless Glenn has a different thought on that.
Is the parks lead position, it sounds like it's more than just a run of the mill, like entry level parks job. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say. They would be leading the crew.
So could we take applicants for the job and hope and do an internal posting and hopefully hire someone within the position to take the lead position and then have a discussion of budgeting for the replacement?
The intent with this position would be to post it internally and externally.
Okay, but if someone internally took the position, then their salary is eliminated and we can
Well,
budget
well,
that or not.
Currently, there's only 2 positions in parks. So
Okay.
even if
I
it
see.
were internal,
Yeah,
okay.
it's this one or that one. I get it. Yeah, I assumed that there
Or
was.
it could come from somewhere else in public work health.
Yeah.
So it's really about expanding the number of people who are dedicated to maintaining parks and open space. Sorry, my lights just turned, my automatically lights just turned off there. And so that's what we're looking at there. And anyways, again, to Quinn's point, I mean, it is something that we could consider a little bit later, but if we're, Glenn, I guess the question would be, if we considered this in January and we moved forward with it and was hiring in February-ish, are we missing out on something if we do it then as opposed to now?
Obviously I'd like it sooner than later, just where it's a lead position, they could get in and start working on big picture items. However, it's if we need to wait, we need to wait. Well, I mean, we'll be starting on de-winterizing in March, so. But whatever we need to do, obviously I want it as soon as possible, but yeah, we can wait.
I can hear the disappointment in your voice, Glenn, and it's tearing at my heartstrings.
It's not disappointing. It's late, Dustin.
But I thought that we were doing, like, instead of creating or hiring for any new positions, we were doing lateral moves kind of only at this point in time still.
We, for the most part, there were a lot of positions that were requested as part of the, I shouldn't say a lot, several positions in the budget that we discussed back last spring into the summer. And we cut all of those. We included this one only in that we have a whole new park coming on, and that we felt that our standards with the staffing that we have is already stretching us, and that this would, maintaining that would potentially provide, would be very challenging for us without a new position. And so we're looking at this as a unique situation, but that's why we're bringing it up for your consideration.
I mean, I think I would defer to Glenn, and if Glenn thinks that we need to do it now, I'm okay with that. I mean, that's not to say we're gonna hire someone in the next month, but
yeah, if we can get the process started in January, that would be great.
Okay, that sounds good.
I'm good with that.
So that means this and the increase. So I guess to answer your question, Matt, this and the increase, we want to start in the new year. Then, right? Wasn't that your sort of initial?
Yeah. Yep. Just wanted to make sure you were considering these items as well, and if you thought there was something that we needed to do in advance. So in addition to that parks position, like I said, we do have some of these employee ladder issues where we have some staff that are, so this isn't just merit, they have crossed thresholds within their career ladders that would allow them to move up into an up further within their current position. And then that was one set of things. And then we have another page coming up that addresses some other items. So I guess the question is do you want to entertain those items as well, or do you want to wait until January? Would you like us to go through them?
Oh, well, I don't think we, I'm looking at this next slide now, and I don't think we should wait until January to decide $8,000 for additional salt. You know, it might be a bad time to increase that budget item. So either now we have enough money for salt for the winter or we don't.
So on this slide, what we've got, we have additional funds on here for professional services. That pertains to, we think that there is potential for some litigation, nothing at this point that we think would be big, but given what we've budgeted so far, which is $10,000 in the within the legal department, and then we have a $25,000 rider for land use related issues as part of our policy with the trust. We thought that there might be some advantages to increasing that amount now so that we have the resources in case any of these issues do move forward. I think one of the cases I think we've talked with you about before. Additional licenses for e-prosecutor software. This is a license to help Lisa and her crew with regards to their roles in prosecution. Glenn needs a walk behind saw for public works and streets. This is something that we don't currently have, and will help them be able to more quickly do some of their job responsibilities with regards. Glenn can talk a little bit more about that if you have additional questions. The additional open space is tied to that a little bit, to that sort of that position, but it is this, we have a new park coming on, and we want to make sure that we have the resources to both maintain that park, plus have a little bit more to maintain some of the other locations where we have open space, some of our trailheads and things like that.
I think it'd be good to add that we're getting the Adams Street Park, and then we're also going to be taking on the maintenance of the Pioneer Park, which we have not had. That's part of this 30,000. Just for completion.
And then as you identified, there's the salt. The $8,000 brings us would match the same amount that we spent on salt last year. Our current budget reflects what was budgeted last year initially, not where we ended up spending. So this $8,000 brings us on par with what we spent last year for salting. And then we have some additional studies that we would like to pursue this year. This pertains to business licensing, permits, other fees charged, particularly we'd be looking at community development. And then we have an employee recognition program that we're looking at that would be looking at a way that we can recognize those employees that have been having to come to work every day since May 4th when we reopened City Hall. Right now, we sort of have three categories of employees. Employees that are able to work from home most of the time, and the second category being employees that can work from home part of the time. And then the third category, which this would be providing some ability for us to provide some financial recognition for them, are the ones that have been at work because their job has to be done in the field. And so that's primarily public works and engineering is what we'd be looking at with that employee recognition program. So these are some of the other items that we were hoping that we might be able to get out of a budget amendment. Like you said, the salt, clearly we need to have, it would be good to have that done maybe sooner as opposed to later, depending on how bad the winter is. But again, we think those other items are important, but we can provide you with more information, or if you feel like those are things you want to hold off on to, we could do that as well.
I think here's where I am on this. I mean, we do have money. You've shown us that we have extra money in the budget that we didn't necessarily think was going to be there. So I don't think if we have these needs, it's wise to just hold on to that money and, you know, set it some arbitrary date of January and talk about it then. So some of these things, especially on this slide that's up now, since we have the money and can cover these things, I think it's okay to approve those budget amendments anyway. Those don't seem to be things that have ongoing costs associated with them. Anything involving the employee pay, I think we should wait until January just to see, because that is, if we increase someone's pay 3%, you know, we don't make anyone happy by rescinding that. So that's something we should make sure that we have funds to cover moving forward. But this stuff looks to be critical, and we have the money to cover it, so go for it.
Kyle, is there anything I missed on there that you think we need to add on these items?
No, that's the current list staff had prioritized. Any other comments on these additional requests before I move to the carryovers? So next, I just wanted to go over the CIP carryovers, and I did have this in the council packet, and hopefully my screen's working because that's the theme of the night. So some of the major things you'll notice, and I might actually go through each of these columns because it's probably different than what you've seen in the past, and it might be a little confusing. So the FY20 carryover, that amount is what was left in the budget on these different projects at the end of fiscal year 2020. Reallocation means that it's being proposed to move those budgets to different programs. There's another adjustment column. There's only one thing in it. So our sales tax, as you know, did better than expected. We have that portion of the sales tax that's dedicated strictly to road maintenance. Since that came in better than budget, the proposal would be to increase our pavement management budget by that increase from last year. So that shows the total amount to propose to be carried over. I then took the beginning budget that was passed for fiscal year 2021, our current fiscal year. Any additional revenue, and we'll talk about these new projects, but we will have a CDBG grant that is proposed to be budgeted, and then it shows the ending budget. So on some of these, like this 7200 South Union Park Avenue, there was actually a budget note last year that this was to cover the repaving of 7200 South. So the proposal is to move that to pavement management where it was paid out. This major road CIP project, that was the account we were using for our bond proceeds, which has been completely extinguished. We've spent all the bond proceeds. So the proposals, since the bond proceeds are gone, that would get reallocated down to these new projects, which we'll get to in a minute. The overflow parking and the gateway project would just continue forward. The CDBG project from last year, we pulled money from pavement management to cover our portion of the match. The proposal would be to move that back to pavement management, so it's under this reallocation column. This Midvale City Park improvements, as you can see, so we did have money separately budgeted for the splash pad improvements. 55,500. We had a great idea from staff to combine that with the Midvale City Park improvements, and then as we look at the design of the next phase, to include that splash pad as part of that that discussion, included as part of that project instead of as a standalone. This amphitheater improvements budget, this budget was actually set aside to reimburse the Arts Council for some drawings they had done. This was actually done out of a separate line item a few years back. So that proposals to reallocate that down to help cover on the community center. This 30,000 is to help cover the parking lot repaving that wasn't included in the original budget. And then down here, this first project, the CDBG project, as you probably remember, Council, you've actually already approved that. So it's a grant of 160,000 from the federal government, from HUD. It does require a $50,000 match from us. So That would be reallocating money to cover that. And then another project that's being proposed is to do the sidewalk on Holden Street, which the RDA has tentatively agreed to pay for half of that. So this 100,000 would be our portion of that. So overall, those are the projects that are proposed to be carried over in our general CIP. Before I move on, are there any questions or comments or concerns about that? And as I said, this is in the packet, so, and I, of course, could send it out separately if you want to further look at it. Okay, the next, I did just want to give you an update on some fund balances. The first one is our capital projects fund. So once I take our ending fund balance, and this is unaudited, but it should be fairly correct. The proposed carryovers that we just went through would leave a fund balance of about 214,000 and change. Another capital project funding source that I just want to briefly go over is we do have the ability to use excess funds in the general fund for capital projects. So we ended up with an ending fund balance of about 3.8 million in the fiscal year 19, so that was 2 years ago. What the state looks at is our percentage of revenues to determine if we're within compliance. We were at about 15% at that point. And that's what our financial policies recommend. It's not a requirement that we keep that, but they recommend keeping at least 15%. Currently, we're projecting to add from the last fiscal year 20, about 625,000 due to revenues coming in better than expected, and then not personnel, but just general expenditure savings. I'm going to go over some proposed carryovers in the general fund, and then we did budget to use fund balance in our current fiscal year. So after all of that, that leaves us at about a fund balance of about 3.9 million, or about 19.5% of revenues. And this number went up because our budgeted revenues are going down for fiscal year 2021. As a point of reference, I did put down if we kept our financial policy minimum of 15%, that'd be about 3 million, which would leave us with about 900,000 additional. As I said, we don't have to keep the 15. We can, of course, build fund balance up. The state maximum is 25%. It's definitely a balance on how much to keep in savings and how much to put into projects and needs. We'll discuss this further as the next year budget process goes on, but I did want you to be aware we did have these funds available. The much shorter list is the proposed carryovers for the general fund. So there are 3. The first one is software of about 105,000, which is the budget that was left over from the last year. That was originally budgeted for asset management replacement for public works. Since we're doing this technology needs assessment, we're not sure what recommendations are going to come out of that. The proposal would be to carry that money over, and it would be seed project for any potential projects that study recommends and leads to. The next one is in planning and zoning. So it would be to carry over the remaining budget of 74,300. This was originally budgeted for a zoning rewrite in community development. The community development director saw the need to do a Main Street utility and infrastructure needs analysis. And then the final one is pretty straightforward. We did budget the police service analysis last year from Lewis Young. We didn't actually pay that invoice till the next year, so it would just be to carry that over. Are there any questions or comments on these 3 items? Okay. The next one, I apologize. This is quite busy. So I did lump all the enterprise funds into one chart. So first, we'll start with the water fund. The professional services carryover is for a couple plan updates that we did make payments on in fiscal year 21 that had budgeted in fiscal year 20. The main one is the 10,000 to cover the utility fee rate study. Next one is the Jordan Valley pipeline connections project. So we did identify last year the need to extend that water line to the east of Monroe Street, which was over the original budget. So we have made final payments, and I believe that project has been completed. But it will require, due to that extension, pulling some money from fund balance. I am still looking at if possibly we can cover it with increased revenues. But for right now, I did put it as fund balance on here. And then the last one, the water fund, is the meter swaps for the accounts we took over from Jordan Valley. There were still a few meters that needed to be purchased in fiscal year 2021. So it'd just be to carry some budget over for that. Moving on to the sewer fund. So on the infrastructure maintenance, pumps for the lift stations were budgeted last fiscal year. Not all of them were completed at the end of the fiscal year. So the request is to move 30,000 over from the prior budget, and we'd be releasing almost 70,000 of that infrastructure budget. The next one, so this 2018 bond sewer line project. So that's where we place any bond proceeds that we don't have allocated to sewer projects that would be eligible to use the bond money for. So I did reach out to our finance director and confirm that we do have about 74,000 in unallocated bond proceeds in the sewer fund we can spend. The next one is the phosphorus grit removal project that's been ongoing for a couple years. So that's still continuing. The SCADA system, we're actually still doing some research on this. Although the project's complete, we may not have been billed for all of the work done on that project. So the proposal would be to carry over about 24,000 to complete that. And then the final one in sewer is just to carry over. We do have another capital outlay that we use for either projects that come up during the year, like emergencies or other projects, and then any future larger projects we can pull that budget from. So it'd just be straightforward to carry that budget over. The fleet fund is also pretty straightforward. These are all budgeted vehicle replacements in fiscal year 20, but they weren't completed until fiscal year 2021. So that's the case with streets, water, stormwater. Parks completed all of theirs, so this would just be to release those funds, so we wouldn't carry anything over. We did do a reallocation moving, since we no longer have a building inspection department, we did move that vehicle replacement to engineering. So it's not really adding budget, but just carrying over the vehicle inspection and moving it. So that's the proposed enterprise carryovers. Are there any questions or concerns about that? And I only have one more slide and 3 bullet points. So finally, I did just want to highlight some budget amendments that aren't listed on here. One is the CARES Act projects. As we discussed and you approved the exception tonight, we are still vetting a number of projects to determine A, cost, and then B, if they can be done by the deadline of December 30th. There's quite a number of them that weren't ready to present tonight because we were missing one of those two components. The merit increases, we can just scratch that because we were going to wait till January on that. And then the RDA will need a budget amendment to fund the 50% of the Holden Street sidewalk match. So that is all I have tonight. So if there are any questions or comments or any other concerns, thank you for the discussion. I apologize. It was showing, my screen was showing, but apparently nothing was displaying. So I appreciate your patience on that.
We just enjoyed watching how happy you were to give the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
We have our last discussion item, which is a discussion to allow the mayor to enter into a boundary line agreement with parties to correct a mistake in a legal description involving Rio Grande Street. Lisa.
Thank you. So I am also going to try to share my screen, but I never,
Good luck.
What's that?
I said good luck with the way it's been going tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Make sure you get the confirmation. There's a little share screen button that I didn't get that and I thought it was going.
Well, so I'll start with, so this involves the area between on 7th Avenue and Rio Grande. And I don't know why it's not pulling up when I practice this. And then it didn't. Oh, found it. Sorry. Okay, so you should see a kind of a map of between on 7th Avenue and Rio Grande Street. And I'm going to move my cursor around so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. If you look closely, you can see that these property lines are probably not accurate. This is off of the county assessor's map, but all of these property lines are off. You can see this one is right on the house. This one's right in the middle of a property. So what happened, we believe, is that a long time ago, all of the boundary lines were kind of shifted and overlapped in a recording that happened several years ago. What we're concerned about here is this Rio Grande Street. If you can see here, this part right here is owned by a private property owner, Chicken Jack's Repairs. And you can see it that property description goes across Rio Grande. This piece right here is owned by Salt Lake County that they got in a tax sale, I think in the 30s. And then this is the right of way, but it goes over onto property, which is really this property that will be moved over. So it's, to sum it up, kind of a mess in this whole area. And it's been a problem for the city for a little bit. LeBaron, the attorneys that represent this property owner, LeBaron's, have contacted us and want to clean up the boundary lines, at least for their property. What we would like to see is that the whole area be fixed and maybe a new plat recorded. That's a possibility, but we don't know if we're going to get all the property owners on board. So what I'm asking you today is just what your thoughts are if we enter into a boundary line agreement with this property owner, LeBaron's, and this property owner, Chicken Jack's Repair, to correct this so that we have our right of way back, essentially. This is the county piece, and the county will either enter into a boundary line agreement, but I'm assuming what they typically do is just deed that to us as a right of way. And so this is, we've just been made aware from this LeBaron property that they wanted to clear up, because there's supposed to be this corner piece here. And so I don't, if anybody has any issues with that, however we determine to do it, if we record a new plat and fix all of these, or if we just do boundary line agreements to fix this. This is my main concern right now. Does anybody have any issues with that?
This is Quinn. I don't have any issues with that. Clean it up. The one question I do have is, has LeBaron gone and got a survey, or are we just going off of the GIS?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, they have. They have not gotten me a survey, but they are making some corrections to it. But they've had one done, and they've gotten in touch with the county. The county is prepared to fix their boundary line issue with them. And so, yeah, no, this would all we'd have to have boundary line descriptions for this whole right-of-way edge. Not to mention that this property owner owns a property over on the east side of Rio Grande. It shouldn't go over in across Rio Grande and into that other property owner. So that's all hoping to be sorted out.
Well, that's why I was just wondering if we have surveys or, I mean, Matt Hilderman will probably know better, but it's my understanding that if you just go off of GIS, there is a margin of error. Maybe not that big of an error, but there is some.
Right. And that's the thing is that, I mean, Alex, had talked about, is this just a mapping error or is it, but no, they're getting surveys and getting us proper lines.
Okay.
Legal descriptions.
So has anybody talked to those other owners? The other three?
No, I don't know if this property owner I mean, I think that they have a little bit because they have to talk to this boundary or this person to the west of them. They would have to contact them to correct it. But they are deciding, what they can do in terms of fixing all of it.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing that I kind of need to talk to Alex about and to see what we want to do to assist in correcting and fixing all of these, because, this property owner is wanting to help, but they are not certain that they want to go through all of the expense of replatting this whole area just to fix their own, if that makes sense. So we're trying to see what we can do to fix this area. There's a few of these areas in Midvale that are messed up with boundary lines. I believe that all the property owners are in agreement that their fence lines and their historical physical boundaries of their property is what they recognize and what they want done. But so I don't think in this instance we'll have an issue of people arguing over their property, but.
So are you asking us, is there any expense for us to do this? Is that what you're asking, or what do
No,
you
I'm
really
just
want?
asking, this shouldn't be any expense to us to fix this Rio Grande area. That's all I'm asking right now is if the council is okay with us working with these property owners to fix the Rio Grande right of way. If it comes to the point to where we want to get this all replatted and it's going to, I just don't know how much the city wants to get involved in fixing boundary lines with private property owners, but I would come back to you with that. Right now, the plan is to do boundary line adjustments or get the deed from Salt Lake County to fix the Rio Grande right of way.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I am too.
As am I.
Same.
Okay. And, just to end this on, I'll give you a nice, cute picture of my new grandbaby.
Best part of the night.
Well, providing I can actually do it.
That's true. Pending.
But, anyway, there he is.
No.
And that will make you smile.
Very cute.
Yeah.
I
All
like
right,
those
that's all I.
boots.
All right.
All right. So with that, I think we're to the spot where Councilmember Glover.
Motion to adjourn and go to bed.
Uh-huh.
Good night.
Good night.
All right,
Good night. Thank you.
Night, everyone.
All right.